Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Mr. Fedor.
Morning, Judge.
Morning, sir. Are you here on Williams, Denzel?
No, it's Moore, Gabriel Moore. Mr. King is representing Mr. Moore.
Mr. King.
Judge, David Cripser, I'm here on Denzel William.
You know who your APA is?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Do you have Moore on today?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to figure out what King you're talking about, though.
I think it's James King with NDS.
Okay, I don't think I've met him. He has
Yeah,
half
James.
of my name, James King. Gabriel Moore in custody.
Sorry, Judge. Were you asking me something?
Is Gabriel Moore in custody?
Oh, I apologize. Yes. It's a murder one.
All right, somebody just signed in with this name. That's not it. Who's that chauffeur you have there, Miss Sylvia?
I don't know. Did you know Crystal Bright? She was in juvenile court. Then she was the court clerk for Judge Talon. Then she was the court clerk for Judge Knapp. And then we stole her.
And don't forget Judge McCree.
Oh, and Judge McCree. And then we stole her. So I'm making her drive me to the courthouse so that I can Zoom without crashing.
Okay.
And good morning.
That's
And
what
good
just,
morning.
so that nothing's
Good morning.
overlapping.
One in front of them.
Okay. Mr. DeGrazia, are you here on Mr. Cripps' case with Denzel Williams?
Yes, Judge, that's my case.
Okay, we are ready on Williams.
Calling case number 2405-611401 for the state of Michigan versus Denzel Williams. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, in second degree. Count 2, assault with intent to murder. Counts 3 and 4, weapons of firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Dominic DeGrazia, P69815 on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Cripps, P34972, appearing on behalf of Denzel Williams, who's currently in the Wayne County Jail.
Are you waiving this presence for purposes of this hearing?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Judge, I'm asking for a adjourned PCC. I haven't received discovery yet on the case. I need time to get discovery and consult with my client about it.
Is there a possibility this may resolve itself short of an exam?
I don't know, Judge, without reviewing the discovery. It's murder too. So I need to talk to my client about that, but I don't have discovery yet to do that.
Mr. DeGrazia?
I can email Mr. Cripps the discovery right now, but I am still waiting on a couple more things from the OIC, but most of the discovery is ready.
I'll adjourn the probable cause conference to March 25th at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, not March 25th. March 18th at 8:30. I'm sorry. March 18th at 8:30.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you? Mr. Johnson? Unmute yourself.
There you go. Can you hear me, Your Honor?
Yes, I can hear you now. What can I do for you?
Your Honor, good morning. We're here on Mr. Tyrese Young. We are looking to adjourn this. I believe we may have an opportunity to resolve this short of exam.
And Judge, I'm here on that case.
Okay, let's call it.
Your Honor, my client is in and I will be waiving his appearance.
Okay, let me call the case.
Calling case number 2405-5331 for the state of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Tyrese Young, is charged in count 1 and 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, count 4, kidnapping, count. Defendant has a habitual offender second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kristen Cartwright on behalf of the people, P82411.
And good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Terry Johnson, P70773 on behalf of Mr. Young.
All right. This matter is scheduled for preliminary examination today at 10 o'clock. What's going on?
Judge, I am ill. I have been out since Tuesday. I have a doctor's note. If the court wishes to send it to you, I can. Also, we are trying to resolve this short of an exam. And so for those reasons, and I don't honestly want you to be a witness to my incessant coughing. So for those reasons, we would be asking for an adjournment of the preliminary examination.
All right, Mr. Johnson. You keep muting yourself, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. For some reason in your courtroom, I only have problems with Zoom. I'm not sure what the reason is. Your Honor, I have no objection to what the prosecution just stated for the record.
How long is it going to take you guys to work this out?
I believe we are looking at, I think there are a few dates. I think the 28th of March works for me, if that works for the people.
That should be fine, Judge. I'm in front of you anyway at 1:30 that afternoon. I think 2 weeks is sufficient, Judge.
All right, feel better, Ms. Cartwright. The court finds good cause to adjourn the matter. I'll adjourn it to March 28th. I'll set it for the same time at 1:30 if you guys are confident that it's going to be worked out by then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Have a good day, Your Honor.
Thank you, you too. 5:15. Ms. Silver. Ms. Silver, are you still here? I don't see her. Ms. Silver going once, Ms. Silver going twice. Moving on, Mr. Riggins.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am here on Robert Turner. It is a multiple defendant case.
Oh, okay. That's the, all right. Who are the other defense counsel on that? Okay, Mr. Gonick, you're on that one. That's two. Who are the, how many defendants on that case?
4.
Who are the other two?
I have Nasser Garrett, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I just spoke with Carl Jordan. He's zooming on now. He's the 4th defense attorney.
Okay, so we'll wait on Mr. Jordan.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Montez.
Your Honor, good morning. I'm here on Gabriel Moore, and I believe he's in the waiting room.
Oh, okay, I must have more than one more.
Your Honor, he was initially charged with just a felon in possession. So, and then subsequently charged with the homicide.
So he's not in custody?
I believe he is in custody.
He received a surety bond, and he bonded out.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So he is out. And so, Ms. Montez, are you retained on this matter?
No, we are not. We represented him on the previous case. However, it's our understanding Mr. Moore is in the process of retaining an attorney, so we're just covering this hearing for today.
When you say we, are you referring to somebody by the name of King?
Yes, myself and Attorney King.
Okay. Okay, we're ready.
Calling case number 2405-606101 before the state of Michigan versus Gabriel Moore. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, person group premeditated. Count 2, assault, pregnant individual, intentionally causing miscarriage, stillbirth. Count 3, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 4 and 5, weapons, felony, firearm. Defendant has a habitual offender. Fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedoruk for the people, P76177.
Good morning to Your Honor and your staff. Paulina Montez, P87105, representing Mr. Gabriel Moore. Mr. Moore, could you please state your full name for the record?
Gabriel Moore.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, in an abundance of caution, we're asking for an adjourned PCC date. We got discovery last night. It's 4 zip folders that we're still going through of documents, audio files, and surveillance footage. Additionally, as I mentioned previously, our understanding is that Mr. Moore is in the process of retaining, and so we were just asking for some more time to go through that discovery.
It sounds like this is definitely going to go to exam. If it's going to go to exam, then I'd rather go ahead and set an exam date and give you an opportunity to review that discovery. That being said, the court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Do April 2nd at 10 o'clock.
Let me check, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, would it be possible to move that back to the afternoon, just because I do have a motion hearing that morning, or at least 11:30?
Okay, April 2nd at 11:30.
Thank you.
That should work, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can I address bond?
Okay.
And so, Your Honor, I just was assigned the case earlier this week, and it slipped by me that the defendant, I guess, did get some kind of a bond. I'm going to ask that the defendant be remanded, just based on the nature of the charges. Also, he does have some criminal history. Looks like he has a possession with intent to deliver conviction back in 2018. Has some other convictions, including domestic violence from 2013 and another minor drug conviction from 2013. There's that criminal history. In addition to the nature of the charges here, the defendant is charged with murdering his pregnant girlfriend. And this was back in November of 2022. There's video evidence indicating that the defendant was the only one in the residence at the time that Miss Jones was murdered. She was shot once in the head, and so a series of cell phone video evidence puts the defendant at the scene as the individual who actually committed the murder. So there's significant evidence against the defendant. And again, just the nature of the charges, his criminal history, it's our position that the defendant is a threat to the community if he's out in the community.
All right, let's do a bond hearing on Monday. We can have the parties present Monday at 9 o'clock. Council?
All right, Your Honor.
That's fine.
You're to appear in 36th District Court Monday at 9 o'clock, okay?
Okay.
All right, see you folks then, thank you.
All right, have a good day, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel.
Thank you for Mr. Moore. April 2nd at 11:30 was this exam date. Okay, I think we're ready on the 4 defendant case. I have the APA here for that one.
Yes, Your Honor, that's APA Sarah Bonomo.
Okay.
Calling case number 2405-58901, people of the state of Michigan versus Herschel Marion Jr. Defendant is charged in counts 1 through 9, assault with intent to murder, count 10, weapons, firearm discharged in or at a building causing serious impairment, counts 11 through 20, weapons, felony firearm. We also have case number 2405-5867, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Nasir Garrett, defendant number 2, Takari Turner, and defendant number 3, Robert Turner Jr. Defendants number 1 and 2 is charged in counts 1 through 9. They're charged in count 10, weapons, firearm discharged in or at a building causing serious impairment. Defendant number 3 is charged in count 11 count 11 is tampering with evidence, criminal case punishable by more than 10 years. Defendant number 3 is charged in counts 12 through count 12, accessory after fact to a felony, count 13, weapons, firearm, possession by felony, count 14, ammunition, possession by felony. Defendants number 1 and 2 is charged in counts 15 through 24, weapons, felony, firearm. Defendant number 3 is charged in counts 25 and 26, weapons, felony, firearm. Defendant number 3 has a habitual offender with offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Bonomo on behalf of the people, P84189.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Carl Jordan, P number 57226, appearing on behalf of Mr. Herschel Marion.
William Glenn, P36794, on behalf of Mr. Garrett.
Ben Gonick, P43716, on behalf of Mr. Takari Turner.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggin, P82125, on behalf of Robert Turner.
Okay, so this matter is scheduled for probable cause conference. I presume we're going to need an exam date for all 4 defendants. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Bonomo, is this going to be a lengthy exam?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I am going to be amending charge 1, count 1 to M1 because that individual has since passed. But I don't anticipate it's going to be too lengthy.
Okay.
It's a lot of confessions.
Okay. So let's try to find some dates here.
Your Honor, there's even a chance that my client may still end up waiving. I'm still going through the discovery. Would the court be inclined to set it for another PCC, or do you want to just set it for an exam, Your Honor?
Set it for exam. They can waive on the
Very
exam.
well, thank you.
How's March 26th? Is that too early? Start with Mr. Gonick. Mr. Gonick, does March 26th work with you?
Judge, I will be finishing a trial day. Is March 27th available?
No, but March 28th maybe.
That would be great.
March 28th at 10 o'clock?
Your Honor, I started trial on the 27th in Flint Circuit Court. Could we have a different week than March 27th, please?
We do April 2nd at 10 o'clock.
I'm not available on April the 2nd, Your Honor.
The whole day?
In the afternoon.
You're not available in the afternoon?
Right. I'm available in the morning, but not the afternoon.
April 2nd at 10 o'clock.
Okay, I don't know if it's going to spill over to the afternoon. That's what I'm saying. I'm available at 10 o'clock. That's fine. But if it goes past,
She said it's not a lengthy.
okay, all right. I'm available from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock.
Okay. Me too.
Okay.
Mr. Gotti?
Oh, that's good, Judge. Yes, I'm good with that.
Mr. Jordan?
That is a good date and time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Riggins?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm available.
Woo, okay. April 2nd at 10 o'clock. So.
What about me?
Oh.
Ms. Bonomo?
It works. It works for me, Your Honor.
All right. April 2nd at 10 o'clock, bond will be continued as to all 4 defendants. Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor,
Your Honor.
can I?
Who's talking to me?
Your Honor, I wanted to address bond, but maybe I'll address it on the 2nd.
Okay. Sounds good. Ms. Silver, good morning.
Good morning again, Judge.
You're here on Gooden?
Yes, I also am here with Miss Moses on the exam that's set at 12:30 today. So I'm ready on both.
Okay, let's do Gooden first.
Okay.
Calling case number 2405-611201, people of the state of Michigan versus Billy Gooden Jr. Defendant is charged with 1 through 3 criminal sexual conduct, first degree, count 4 through 6 criminal sexual conduct, third degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Grace Broughton.
And good morning, Your Honor. Gabby Silver appearing on behalf of Mr. Gooden. I spoke with him yesterday. I would waive his presence for purposes of our hearing this morning.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Judge, we're requesting an exam date to be set. I am in receipt of discovery from Ms. Broughton. I'm hoping the court can give us the date of March 25th.
March 25th at 10:30?
That's fine.
All right, March 25th at 10:30. Bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Drain.
Thanks.
All right. Ms. Jefferson.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I'm here on Darrell Brown.
All right. Are you retained on that case?
I am retained on that, Your Honor, and I do need discovery, and I have requested that.
Okay. Ready on file.
Calling case number 2405-608601, people of the state of Michigan versus Darrell Brown. Defendant is charged in count 1, failure to stop the scene of accident when at fault, resulting in death. Count 2, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing death. Defendant has a habitual offender for the case notice.
Appearances for the record, please. Do I not have an APA here on Brown? All right, I'm sorry, Ms. Jefferson. I thought I had an APA here, but I don't.
Oh, okay. I'll wait, Judge.
Okay, appreciate you. Thank
Thank you.
you. Mr. McAlpine. Oh,
Yes, good morning, Judge.
hang on a second, Mr. McAlpine. I forgot Ms. Silver had another case.
No problem.
Yeah, sorry, Judge. I have to go. I've got Judge Regina Thomas calling me.
Okay, so you're here on Charles Durham. I forgot you're the Durham defense attorney.
Oh, Lord. It appears so, Judge. It appears so.
Calling case number 2405-560801 with State Michigan versus Charles Durham Jr. Defending is charged in count 1, 2, and 3. Criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P78491.
And good morning, Your Honor. Gabi Silver appearing on behalf of Mr. Durham. Mr. Durham is in the Wayne County Jail, and I would ask to waive his presence for purposes of my request this morning.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your request?
My request is to adjourn his exam, Judge. I don't have complete discovery. I'm not prepared to conduct an exam on a case where my client is facing life in prison.
And Your Honor, the additional discovery Ms. Silver is referring to is our CPS records. I have requested them at the time that Your Honor scheduled this exam. I had already requested them. I do not have them at this time, however.
Okay, any idea when they're going to be forthcoming?
I did ask for an expedite of processing them and sending them to me yesterday. I haven't heard back yet, but I will follow up again today, hopefully by end of next week, Judge.
Judge, could I prepare an order for the court to sign, and then we could serve that on the happy people at CPS, and maybe then we could get the records?
Sure can.
Thank you. I'll prepare it as soon as I get back to the office.
Since you're going to be before me on March 25th at 10:30, let's do March 25th at 11.
That's fine. If that works for Ms. Moses, I don't.
That's fine, Your Honor. Do I have another exam in front of you, Mr. Dale Carmen?
Today?
No, on the 25th, Your Honor.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Could we possibly do it in the afternoon, Your Honor? I believe I have another exam, and if it's not in front of you, it's in Dearborn in the morning.
On a month. Okay, I thought Dearborn. Okay, I'm available that whole day, so whatever the court wishes.
All right, March 25th at 1:30.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Silver.
Yeah, thank you. Judge, I do have to ask you one more thing. I know I'm pushing it today, but we had originally scheduled the Jasmine Bell. I don't know if you remember. She's the lady that's got 3 cases, 1 on your docket and 2 on Judge Jefferson. And we had
Yes. That was for a competency hearing, correct? You're breaking up, Ms.
competency.
I can't understand what you're saying, Ms. Silver. You're breaking up.
Right, and you walked. Yeah, I know. I'm moving to a different area. Judge, can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay, now I don't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, no. How about, okay. So, Judge, I just got a call from Judge. I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
I'm going to turn off my camera. Maybe that'll help. I just received a phone call from Judge Jefferson's courtroom, indicated that they were waiting for us for that hearing. You had agreed to do the competency hearing on all three cases.
Well, no, I'm doing the competency hearing on my case, and they're going to stipulate to my findings, whatever those findings are.
Okay, so I'll let, does Judge Jefferson know that already?
Yes. In fact, she
Okay.
suggested.
Okay. Okay, perfect then. I don't know why they'd be calling me, but I'll call them back. Thank you, Judge. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Thanks.
What's this motion hearing on race slavery?
Oh, Miss Lynch. She wants to move that case. Remember that case that was coming from Judge Jefferson?
Oh,
That they
right.
put on the tweet.
Okay.
She wants to.
Ms. Lynch,
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
morning. Who's defense counsel on Avery?
Let me look at my email for a quick second. Charlotte. Check. Let's see here. Okay. Charlotte Steffen.
I don't know who that is. Have you been in contact with Ms. Steffen?
Yes, I have actually. And Arnitha, I also included on the emails where Arnitha responded to say tomorrow at 8:30.
Okay. We're just waiting on Ms. Steffen.
Thank you very much.
If you have a number for her, give her a call. Let her know we're
I
ready.
will. I will. I'll just put you. I'll just go on mute real quick. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, given that, go ahead.
I can hear you.
Oh, given that I don't have discovery in this matter, though I have requested it, will the court just consider adjourning the PCC? Oh, Mr. Brown.
I still need the APA.
Oh, okay.
Is there a possibility this may resolve itself short of an exam?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Then I'm inclined to adjourn the PCC. In fact, we can call it. Ms. Lynch, you mind standing in for me on adjourn PCC?
I absolutely do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Calling case number 2405-608601, real estate Michigan versus Darrell Brown. Defendant is charged in count 1, failure to stop the scene of accident from at fault, resulting in death. Count 2, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing death. Defendant has a right to offend for defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, and to your staff. Dinah Lynch on behalf of the people, P84589.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thomasine Jefferson on behalf of Darrell Brown, P42872. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a PCC probable cause hearing, and at this point, I have requested discovery. I have not received anything, and I am requesting that the PCC be adjourned.
Mr. Brown, tell us your name for the record. Mr. Brown?
I know he called me and said he was having trouble hearing, but he called me on another phone. I thought that him logging off and logging back on would correct it. Mr. Brown. Maybe he can't.
Okay. He doesn't have his audio connected anyway.
Oh, okay. That's the problem then.
Oh, this may be the APA we're looking for. Yes, lockability. It's lockability. Sir, are you here on Brown?
Morning, Judge. You know what? I'm not even sure that's one of my cases. What's the charge?
This is.
Yeah, you got to log on. You have to be connected to audio. He's asking you to put your name on the record.
Okay. This is Darrell Brown. Failure to stop at scene of accident causing death and driving on license suspended causing death. Is that yours?
Those would be misdemeanors, right? Oh, no. Okay. That's a 5-year. You know what? I'll do it for today. I'll see if it's mine later.
All right, let me get your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Lockmuller for the people, P70668.
Thomasine Jefferson, once again, for Mr. Darrell Brown, P42872.
Ms.
John,
Jefferson
I
is
am
looking,
asking for adjourned PCC, given the fact, because I have requested discovery and have not received any discovery.
all right, the court is inclined to adjourn the probable cause conference. Ms. Jefferson does not have discovery. She said there's a possibility it could resolve itself short of an exam. That being the case, the court will adjourn the probable cause conference to March 26th.
What time, Your Honor? Well, that's in the
8:30.
morning. Can we do March 27th?
Okay, March 27th at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you so much.
Your
Thank you.
Honor,
Sorry
this
about
is,
that.
Brown, you're free to go. Log off. No, he can't hear. I'll call him. Thank you.
I'll take care.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Judge.
No problem.
Have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
Your Honor,
Yes.
this is Dinah Lynch. I do have an email from the defense counsel, Charlotte Steffen, and she provided that she would be available on the 25th after 11 o'clock, as well as on the 27th after 11 o'clock for a preliminary examination.
Okay, is she going to log on?
This is an email that I received from her yesterday late afternoon. I did call her and leave a voicemail message, but I was not able to get to her personally today.
So why don't you guys get together and do a stipulated order to adjourn the preliminary examination to March 25th at 11:30.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'll contact her right away.
Thank you. Mr. McAlpine.
All right. Yes, Judge.
What can I do for you?
I have Michael Scott. He's in the Wayne County Jail.
I don't have a Michael Scott on my docket today.
Don't?
Oh, yes, I do. It's set for,
Yeah.
it's set for 11:30. Okay. Are you waiving his presence?
Yes, Judge. I met with him yesterday.
Okay,
We
we're
went
ready.
for this matter for an exam.
Okay, let me call it.
Calling case number 2405-587201 before the state of Michigan versus Michael Scott. Defendant is charged in count 1 and 2, unlawful prison. Counts 3, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 4, and through 8, weapons, felony firearms, second offense notices. Count 9 and 10, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 11, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender for offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Warren McAlpine, P number 52522. I'm here on behalf of Michael Scott, who's not present. We would ask the court to waive his appearance.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Judge, we want to set this matter for a preliminary exam.
And how is March 22nd at 10:15?
That should work, Judge.
All right, March 22nd at 10:15. Ronald, we continue.
Thank you. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
we're down to 10 o'clock. Sorry?
The attorney who was sick.
Prosecutor.
Oh, yeah.
Remember who the defense attorney was?
Yeah, that was tough.
No, so that was, Mr. Johnson's case. Set March 28th at 1:30.
Oh. see. Look at that. So is it a way to determine? What happened? I understand that, but okay. Sure. But there was has lived. All right. I said, I still say she was saying. She said because he used the bells behind me. The rules are not the same with the bells behind me. They get a different amount. They charge them a different amount. And yeah, I'm like, so basically what you're telling me is no matter what the judge says, what the bells cost.
No, that's not. The bail bondsman doesn't have to negotiate.
That's he doesn't
Just
show.
show up.
She said that
We don't
much,
have
but
anything to do with the bail bondsman. Yes, but bail bondsman. They should have done anything in the period. Bail bondsman.
she was saying that someone when I was cashier. I'm sure. I thought for sure the 10 o'clock is not. No, because remember that's the case. Mr. Kenneth was supposed to send me the information, whether rip this guy out. He never found out where the guy was. So I emailed him this morning and Ms. Drain found out the guy was at MDOC. And then on Tyrese Jones' case, the officer said she may be a little late. The officer.
No. Ghana. Ghana.
Yeah.
Gabriel Moore, he got a bond hearing. Is that in person or on Zoom?
It's in person.
It's in person.
Who's that?
That was his term.
Oh.
How did I try to do it?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. Miss us stuff. I do. I'm working 2:31. Wow. Yeah. No. You don't want. How? Two. Yeah.
Just gonna talk to you. What's the date on when you that is because we adjourned.
It's, we don't have any papers, so.
Huh? Oh, they didn't agree. No. To continue the way. 10:15 is the way. Yes, sir. Okay. Hey, good morning, Mr. White. I got a seat right now.
Oh, okay.
For.
Thank you.
I apologize. I thought we were down to 10.
Oh. She said that. I know she meant 10 o'clock.
I know, do you have?
Yes. Calling case 2360185, people of the state of Michigan versus Kim Kazan. Finished charged in count one, malicious destruction of personal property, $1,000 or more, or less than $20,000. Count two, domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Dennis Whiting, P79560 on behalf of Kim Cotton. Please state your full name for the record.
Today's date and time set for preliminary examination.
Your Honor, I advise my client of a right to preliminary examination. Given the totality of the circumstances, we wish to waive that today.
Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand the nature and purpose of the preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit.
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Is anyone promise you? Are you waiving your right freely, voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
Court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly, voluntarily. Therefore, binding the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Criminal Division for the proceedings. Arraignment on the information date and time will be March 29th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Should I sign the final?
We will, Judge, as soon as.
Is Mr. Kenneth here?
He is not yet, Judge.
About Mr. Mihas?
No, sir.
All set, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Form signed. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Young.
Fingerprint. Okay. Yeah. All right. He's young.
Discuss this.
pause here. Whose guess was that? Do you know if they have an interpreter schedule for 10.5 days?
Some folks, they have the interpreter sign coming.
No.
We suppose.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
No?
Yes.
Yes. Well, let's go.
Supposed to be here at 10 o'clock, Mr. Jones.
10:30, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yeah, you're about 10:20 on the screen. I apologize, I had 10:30.
On Tyrese Young? Okay. Calling case 2356785 for the state of Michigan versus Martinez Jones. Defendant is charged with count 1 explosive sending with intent to strike. Count 2 aggravated stalking. Count defendant has a habitual in the court defense notice. Appearances for the record.
Your Honor, here in the house, we have Mr. Jones with McCarter, Nicole Smith in the gallery. Mr. Jones, state your name. My P number is 66417.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination on the ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge. How many witnesses will it be? What we down there doing?
I'm calling that Officer Bethany Green.
This matter was held in part, but
Correct.
okay.
We're continuing on right now.
Also, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady sitting there waiting at you.
CHN1. AN1. GUR.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat and get responsibilities to me. Voice of nice and speaking to that microphone with the PC left hand to your seat. And you're ready.
What was your question?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Can you state your name
Officer Bethany Gurney.
and who do you work for?
I work for the 11th precinct out of Detroit.
And how long have you worked for the Detroit Police Department?
About 2 years now.
Can we take you back to the date of November 16th, 2022? Do you recall that date?
Yes, sir.
And were you on patrol last night?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember going to a location where at 18473 Conley Street?
Yes, sir.
And that's in Detroit?
Yes, sir.
County one?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall why you went?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go?
The Ms. Clark, the victim, stated that the defendant was making threats to firebomb the house.
Okay. And how did he do that? Do you recall?
I don't recall. She just said he was driving around.
And she said she was making calls, correct?
She said that he kept calling her phone. She wasn't specific as to what he said.
To your knowledge, did you find him that day?
No, sir.
Did you try to find him that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long did you spend trying to find him?
I don't recall.
Afterward, were you made aware of any kind of assault on that house?
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Cross examine.
Did you have anything other than arriving and speaking with the complainant on that day? Did you have anything else to do with the after that? No. All right. And what's the name of the complainant that was over?
Tamika Clark.
All right. And did she give you the name of the person who she said was making threats?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the name of the person?
Tyrese Jones.
All right. And what was her demeanor like as she was telling you that?
I don't recall.
And did you do anything else?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to the front of her house?
I don't recall where we were at. I was talking to you.
Okay, all right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Did you give her your information if any, to call if anything were to happen?
I gave the precinct phone. Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, did she ever call back to prison?
Not that I know.
And you haven't heard from her since that day, have you?
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Officer. Any other witnesses in the house?
Officer Cullen, please.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady that's waiting. Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat within the spots next to me. Speak to that microphone that will be to your left. You may begin when you're ready.
You state your name, please,
Gracias, Colin.
and how are you employed?
Good to see you, Detroit police officer.
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department?
6 years now.
And do you recall, where you were on November 17, 2022?
No, not November 17.
Would it help to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Day of offense is listed as November 16th. Okay.
Does it help if it's November 16th?
No.
No.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And do you recall, being on duty that day?
Yes.
Do you remember making contact with anyone that day?
Yes.
And who would that be?
The victim.
And the victim was, we'll stipulate. Do you recall being at
One 18473 Conley in the city of Detroit?
correct? 18473 Conley.
18437. 18473 Conley.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you speak to the person who lived at that location, Ms. Clark?
Yes.
And did you inspect that, that premises?
Yes, there was like a thoroughly, wasn't thoroughly check. You had to walk around.
Okay. Do you remember finding anything?
No, not very far.
Do you remember seeing any ash marks?
No, not very far.
No ashes?
Not very far.
No burn marks on the wall?
No, not very far.
Do you recall any incendiary devices?
No, not very far.
Nothing further at this time.
Cross-examine.
Do you recall what, stage you?
Briefly, not too sure. I don't want to say anything. I don't know before.
Did you make any observations of the inside that appeared abnormal?
No, not inside. I observed just a broken window on the outside.
You observed the broken window from the outside, and where was that located?
It would be the east front of the house.
Okay.
Front window.
Okay, front window of the house. Okay, and you didn't see anything on the inside of the house at all?
No.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Did you testify previously that you did inspect the inside of the house?
We did a walk around. Walk around.
You did a walk around inside the home?
Of the exterior.
Of the exterior?
Exterior.
Exterior.
Yes.
Did you or your partner go inside?
I'm sorry?
Did you or your partner go inside the home?
Yes, I believe I'm part of the inside.
And did he leave you with the impression that there were any incendiary devices, any scorch marks?
Well, Your Honor, I'm gonna object. This is calling for speculation from this witness. This can't testify to what someone else saw or said.
I'm asking for a state of mind, Your Honor.
Sustained.
After talking to your partner, did you believe that there had been any incendiary devices in the home?
Not very well.
Did you believe that there were any indications of fire or any kind of burning inside the home?
No, not very well.
That's pretty.
Who was your partner?
I believe Officer Walsh. I drove that day. I drove.
Questions based on mine?
No, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You may sit.
Your Honor, we have 3 officers of the court who were subpoenaed. Officer Walsh was subpoenaed, but he did not.
Officer Walsh was subpoenaed.
Yes.
Where's Officer Walsh?
I don't know, I didn't contact the officer charging.
All right, I mean, this person to confirm testimony of the officer we just heard from, Officer Cowan, who does not recall any impression that there was any burning and incendiary devices and matches in the home.
But he wasn't.
But they were discussed it, and that was his
There wasn't any
impression that day.
He said he did.
People were obliged to bring that officer here and ask for dismissal.
It's not grounds for dismissal.
He's arrested as eyewitness to it, and you know, I need him to confirm what I think Officer Cowan just testified to.
Yeah.
We need the officer apparently is either on sick leave or is on some kind of leave. She's no longer at that precinct, so the officer in charge doesn't know where she's at. Now, the issue we have here, Your Honor, is count 1 is explosive sending with intent to frighten. And the elements are did send, deliver, transport, place, or possess a device that was constructed to represent or that was presented as an explosive and incendiary device or bound with intent to terrorize, frighten, intimidate, threaten, harass one another. There is no evidence right now, whether it's from the OIC or the two officers who testified that there was an incendiary device.
So for you have a finding witness who did testify that it was, and I think there was a picture provided of the city.
Correct, Your Honor, and that would be a rock. And this person saw it and testified that it was not, which would then impeach or come close to impeaching.
What person did what?
The officer in charge, this officer who's not here, I believe will testify that it was a rock, it was a brick. No ashes, no.
I haven't heard from that.
That's who we need. That's who
I
we need.
understand, but it sounds like you're testifying. I don't need testimony.
That's fine, Your Honor. But I'm proffering what I believe is going to happen, why we need her. And if I am correct in my proffer, then we would also be impeaching so-called plain witnesses. So she is necessary to our case.
I mean, if council wants her, we will, I'm not opposed to having an adjourned date, however, I'm also not opposed to, but we can get another date. I don't think that this witness is going to do anything to help my case, as this was a responding officer and not an investigator and not an evidence tech person, and no, and it wasn't anybody's real person. All they're going to testify is to what they observed as a responding officer. I think the clear testimony was from the complainant who did testify to the broken window in her kitchen, to the broken glass, to this object, which she testified she saw fire fragments in the sink and the rag had already been burned. That's what she testified to. So whatever, if someone else comes in and testifies that they saw the same thing or something similar, I'm not anticipating any other kind of bolstering testimony other than this is what they saw.
Do you still have that exhibit with that item that was in the center?
They don't have the item. That's not been introduced into evidence.
Picture it was.
There was a video. There was a video.
A video, whatever it was. Do you still have that?
Well, the complaint is here, so yes.
Okay. I'll take a look at that. Did I give it to you? not good. He's here? Yes, right.
Your Honor, do you want the witness to come in to show the video?
I just
again,
want to see the
or-
video.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm gonna object to the video. This isn't in police custody. This is 2 years after the fact and 2 hearings. And the prosecution still doesn't have it on their computer. I don't know when it was recorded. I don't know how it was recorded.
Evidence.
Your Honor, then I will state my objection now.
Your objection is overruled. It's already been entered.
Your Honor, then it's an opportunity for you to correct the record because there is no evidence of the chain of custody in this. Your Honor, I'm making a record here where we don't know when this was made. We don't know how it was made. There's been 2 years. The police still don't have it. We're relying on let's go by the seat of our pants for a complaining witness who has it in her.
Mr. Meehan, didn't you have ample opportunity to cross-examine that witness when she testified when the exhibit was entered into evidence?
And Your Honor,
You did not object?
we're trying to re-enter it now, Your Honor.
It's not re-entered.
Your Honor,
It's already entered.
it shouldn't be. And
You didn't object at the time.
I'm objecting now, Your Honor. We can correct that.
Overruled. Overruled. I want to see the video.
Can you please state your explanations as to the chain of evidence, as to the prosecution still not having it, as to the police not having it? That we're now relying again on a witness to come with video.
You're $1 late and a day short, sir. Maybe I said that backwards. Anyway, the exhibit has already been entered into evidence. Without your objection, it was entered into evidence. The court saw it. The court would like to see it again. I was supposed to say a day late, not short. That's what it is.
I would have said 2 years late, but that's more for me.
You should have objected at the time. Yes.
Your Honor, what I think is on there. No evidence of a rat.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and what I believe you saw was a brick. No evidence of burning rag, no evidence of ashes, no evidence of scorch marks, none of that. Nothing to confirm what she said. And I'm waiting for a police officer that went in, who I believe will also say there's no evidence of any kind of incendiary device. Now, if I heard the prosecution right, she's saying we should believe the person here who the alleged complaining witness over an officer, because the officer isn't a tech. The officer would know what an incendiary device is and call a tech in to further investigate. They're trained to that level. They are law enforcement.
Are we into arguments as to bind over now? Is that what we're doing?
I'm into arguments why I need this officer to come in to contradict what you saw.
Contradict what I saw. What I saw was a brick city. Same. I saw indenture in the wall, meaning wall. That's all I saw. So was the officer there contradict that?
The officer would contradict the testimony that the government just cited too, that there was some rag and flames and anything like that. And the officer will go in and say, I investigated. I anticipate she'll go in and testify that she didn't see any indication of a firebombing or an incendiary.
Yes, I don't think we need that officer based on the video that I just saw. Because I didn't see her rag or action.
Okay.
And she acknowledged in the video that she didn't know what burning ash or rag was.
Okay.
That's what she said something to.
All right.
I don't think we need an officer.
I'll make my arguments.
Can we get a motion to bind over?
Yes, I would make a motion to bind over as charged and reserve argument.
And Your Honor, when I looked at the elements of explosive sending with intent, to frighten count one, the key thing here is an explosive and incendiary device for a bomb. We don't have that. You, what the complaining witness submitted, where she admits contradictory to her testimony, there's no rag or ashes or anything like that. At that point, she's impeached herself, even though this is a question of fact, and it's a low level for probable cause. You have more than enough evidence to find her not credible, and that the element of an explosive incendiary device and a bomb are not present. As for aggravated stalking, Your Honor, I think that was bound over on the other case. I don't really have an argument to present to that since we've already found facts on that.
That's right.
Judge, I would first indicate that the witness that we had today was the officer who responded before this happened. The officer responded because the complainant called the police because the defendant had threatened that day to firebomb her house. So he threatened that before this even happened. Those officers leave. Shortly after that, then this happens. So the complainant hears a crash, sees a hole in her front window, hears that sound, she says, and sees that object in the sink. I watched the video as well, and it appeared to me there is a part of a rag on the outside of it that I saw that the complainant said.
I'd object. That would be vouching. It's not for her to testify as to what she saw.
We all saw the video.
And I say I didn't see one. That's why we can't vouch. That's what the court saw.
Well, she can direct me to that portion of the video we saw, right? Yeah. You can approach as well.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I pointed out.
Okay, if I can get 1 minute, I just need to ask them.
Okay. Mr. Mihas, you want to join us?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're back on the record of people versus Tyrese Martez. After a sidebar discussion of looking at the videos, determined that we are in fact one of this other officer. What's her name?
That is Officer Steve Walsh. I'm sorry, I don't have her first name.
Officer Walsh.
Yeah, Officer Walsh, Steve Walsh.
Okay, and you said she's no longer with the 11th precinct.
Correct.
And you said something about she's on sick leave.
She may be on sick leave. The officer in charge wasn't exactly sure what was going on, but she was not available today.
All right, well, let's give it a week to see if we can get Officer Walsh here. I can adjourn this matter to March 22nd. Let's put it a little bit earlier. How about 11 o'clock?
You do it earlier?
You want to do it earlier?
You do it at 9:30.
We can't because they don't have the programs open until 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
I have something scheduled for 10 and 10:30.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock it is.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Is there any way we can schedule it on the 25th?
Sorry?
Is there any way we can do it on the 25th instead of on the 25th?
On the 25th?
Yeah. At 11.
What's wrong with the 11th?
Your Honor,
22nd.
I'm scheduled to have to be at work on a federal matter. And it would be, there's a potential, then I'm late to that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mihas.
Yes, I'm
You have to
sorry.
be where?
There's a potential of a conflict with the federal matter, and I just don't want to have to come back. And if I could do it on 25th at 11, Your Honor, I appreciate it.
All right, March 25th at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Mihas, did you say more? That's more. Federal matter. Where did you say it was?
That's gonna be up in, the
Oh, I thought you mentioned the city.
no, I didn't mention.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Curtis.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
here it's just gonna be a waiver.
Mr. Curtis need an interpreter.
He does, Your Honor.
Do we have one?
We do, yes.
Okay.
And I just spoke from outside.
All right.
But yeah, I don't want I guess an adjournment because he wasn't ready now.
Are you the interpreter, sir?
Yes, I'm on.
Calling case 2455724, people of state of Michigan versus Wilfredo Hertz. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. He also has case 2455723, charged with count 1 assault with intent to grave bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation, count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Oral on behalf of the people requesting permission under CR 8110P under the supervision of Attorney Shelley Driggs.
Permission granted.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alexander Cho with the Neighborhood Defender Service, P85948, appearing on behalf of Mr. Hartas, who is currently present in court.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Eric Tyson.
And you are? Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your abilities?
Yes.
All right. And your name for the record, sir?
Wilfredo Huerta.
All right, counsel.
Your Honor, at this time, I have been able to have a conversation with Mr. Hartas regarding this case, and he has elected to waive his exam for both cases.
Mr. Curtis, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination? By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. And you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with complaint 1. Understand that?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, and if there's probable cause to believe you committed it. You understand that, sir? Yes. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? Has anyone promised you anything? Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily for the therefore finding the defendant open to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Criminal division for the proceedings, both matters.
And Your Honor, if you could also address bond at this time.
Defendant's arraignment on the information date and time of March 22nd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. That's the bond.
Your Honor, this yes. Your Honor, Mr. Hartes's bond is currently set at 25,000, 10%. He does have a GPS tether with that bond. Your Honor, we would request again that Mr. Hartes's bond be set to a personal bond at this time.
Why would I do that?
Your Honor, Mr. Hartes has been in custody for over a month. He has a number of ties in the community. He was born in Puerto Rico, but has lived in the United States and is a citizen of the United States. He lived here since he was 8 years old, and he has been in Detroit for over the last 15 years. He has 2 daughters, both of who are currently going through school. They're going to high school, and he supports them financially.
How is it that he doesn't understand English?
Your Honor, I can't speak to that, but I do know he speaks again. He understands and speaks an extent of English, but he fully comprehends the Spanish. And that is why an interpreter was needed, as well as I had a individual who speaks Spanish speak with him and me so that I could get the full picture of his current situation.
People?
And Your Honor, my apologies, if I could add just a little bit more. He does not have any contact with the complaining witness in this case. They have known each other for approximately a year. They've only been married for a couple of months. He has been working, again, he works, I believe, at Finish Line off Middle Belt. He's given me the manager's information at that location. He's been working there again for years. So because he's been in custody for so long, because he has a talent in sport, because of his ties to this community specifically.
Did you address bond with me the last time?
Say it again, Your Honor?
Did you address bond with me the last time?
I did, and you
So
had,
what changed from then to now?
Your Honor, you had stated that you had wished to wait until today's date. I believe for either the complaining witness to testify or for us to potentially waive the exam. I would note that in part of waiving the exam is Mr. Rogers wants to continue and engage with this case. He's not attempting to evade the courts in any way.
People?
Your Honor, I would defer to the pretrial services report if there is one. If there is not one, I think that we would request one. And if all else fails, I think that we would just request it this time that, no change.
Do we have a precinct report?
I do not believe so, Your Honor, no.
Pretrial services report, no? Did you ever request one?
No, Your Honor. And I will note again, his bond is relatively low. It is 25,000, 10%. It is just that Ms. Rogers is not able to afford that, and his family who lives in the area are his two young daughters, 14 and 16, and they can also not afford to post bond for their father. I believe the maximum that he can afford is $700. So the bond could be lowered to allow maybe a 5,000, 10%, but he cannot afford that $2,500 bond that the current is.
He has a personal bond on the other case.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so, and I can double check that very quickly.
I'm looking at the court's file, his personal bond. Same complaint in both matters.
Yes, sir.
And he was not on bond at the time that the second case happened, is that right?
No, Your Honor.
The defendant is employed.
Yes, Your Honor, he is. He works at Finish Line. It is a car service. It is also middle up.
What does he do there?
He is a mechanic, Your Honor.
How long has he worked there?
I believe a number of years, but yes, a number of years, Your Honor.
How many years?
So 1.5 years there, and then I also work on cars outside the house.
When's the last time you worked at Finish Line?
Maybe 6 months ago.
6 months ago, you don't work there anymore. Okay, I'm inclined to urge pretrial services for bond recommendation. Why don't we continue that?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Still need to sign away? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Upshaw here?
That's all.
No, sir.
Says he will be a little late.
Got one more.
He was dressed to kill. Remember, I saw you the other day. I was like, oh, look at you. Back to the water.
Breaks them out, do they not need to come out?
What happened to my file?
I took them apart, Your Honor, rather than just put them up to sign them. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, too.
And rest of your staff.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
questions. Damian Ayers. Calling case 2455842, State of Michigan versus Damian Antonio Ayers Jr. Defendant is charged with count 1 criminal sexual conduct, second degree relationship. Appearances for the record.
Your Honor, Randall Upshaw on behalf of Mr. Ayers, and my apologies. I hope the court got a call from my office.
We did.
Your Honor, prosecutor still talking to witnesses.
Okay. Your name for the record, sir?
Damian Antonio Ayers Jr.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Williams on behalf of the people, P77307.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, people are ready.
How many witnesses for you, Your Honor? Any preliminary matters before you call witnesses?
Here.
Call witness.
Your Honor, this time people call us any questions. Seven.
And please step forward, give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat with the sponsor right next to me. Your voice is nice and loud and speaking to that microphone and be to your left once you sit. Just pull it over. Okay. Yeah, we'll be ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hutchins. Could you please state your full name again for the record?
Samantha Hutchins,
And as of today's date, how old are you?
15.
And you understand the difference between truth and a lie?
Yes.
And what grade are you?
9.
Ninth grade. You understand that you just took an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I ask you any questions you don't understand, please let me know that you don't understand the question so I can rephrase it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
If I ask you something and you don't know the answer, tell me, it's okay to tell me that you don't know. Don't try to give me the answer you think I want to hear. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And if I ask you something and you think you might have known it at one point, but you forgot it, it's okay to let me know if you forgot, okay? You don't remember. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And then, just like you're doing, any yes or no questions that you get asked, make sure you answer yes or no, just like that. So not bad. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Hutchins, I want to take you back to the date of February 1st of this year. Does that date stick out in your mind at all?
Yes.
Did something out of the ordinary happen on that day that brings you here today?
Yes.
Could you tell me in just one sentence what it is that happened?
I was in the section and the guy came behind me and looked me from behind and took my phone out of my hand.
Okay, so I'll stop you there. You say you were in class texting. What school is this?
Denby High School.
Denby High School. Is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you were in a classroom, is that correct?
Yes,
And you said you were testing on your phone?
testing,
Now, you said that a guy came from behind and hugged you, right?
yes,
Is this someone that you've ever seen before?
yes,
Okay. Do you happen to know that individual's name?
no,
Okay. Would you recognize that individual if you saw them in the courtroom?
yes,
Do you see them in the courtroom today?
yes.
Can you please point to this individual and just tell us what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black long sleeve shirt.
Please let the record reflect the witness identify the person.
So no,
So, before the day in question, had you ever seen this individual?
Yes,
Okay, can you tell us, in what capacity or how you've seen it before?
he stopped me before and asked me, do I ride the cheese bus?
Okay, you said he asked you if you ride a road cheese bus. Do you know what did he mean by that?
Because I'm special, I'm in a special ed class, so he asked me, why do I ride the cheese bus?
Do you know how long ago that was before February?
Objection, relevancy.
No,
what's the relevance?
You're withdrawn. So going back to February 1st, you say you're in the classroom testing, right, on your phone?
Yes.
What happens next?
then he asked me what.
Well, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back, I wanna make sure we get step by step, okay, so before your interaction with this individual, you're in the classroom testing, what's the first thing?
He takes my phone out of my hand.
Okay, what did he do? Did he do anything before he took your phone out of your hand?
He hugged me.
He hugged you? Okay,
And under my chest,
under your chest. So, was that a hug from the front or from behind?
from behind,
And was it with one arm or both arms?
both arms,
Okay, and where on your body were his arms?
under my chest area.
Okay, did they come in contact with your?
Objection to lead, I mean, ask and answer, and that's, he's trying to lead the witness.
I'm just trying to develop, yes, under my chest area.
He's about to admit or entice a different answer.
Just tell us exactly where his hands touched your body.
Under my breast area.
You say under your breast area. Did any part of his hands or arms touch your breast?
No,
Thank you, Judge. So, after you say he's got you in the hug, does he say anything to you while he's hugging you?
yes, because I said, what the hell, and he said, don't be sensitive.
Okay, and what happened next? Did he say anything else?
No,
Okay, so what happens next?
he takes my phone out of my hand.
Takes your phone from your hand. All right, at this point, is he still hugging you when he takes the phone, or is he stopping?
He stopped,
Okay, and what happens next after you get your phone?
he started going through my pictures.
Okay, is he saying anything to you?
Yes,
What is he saying?
he asked what's the nastiest thing I did.
He said what?
He asked what's the nastiest thing I did.
Okay, and do you say anything to him?
I said, what the hell do you mean what's the nastiest thing I did?
Okay, does he say anything else to you?
No,
As he's going through your phone, what happens next?
and then I snatched the phone out of his hand.
Okay, did he ask you or say anything else to you at that time?
Yes,
What was that?
he asked me what age limit do I date.
Okay, did you respond to that question?
I said, yes, why would I tell you that?
Okay, and did he ask you or say anything else to you?
No,
Okay. So, after, you said you got your phone back?
yes,
Okay, after you get your phone back, what happened next?
I put it on run, I made him repeat what he said.
Okay, so you made a recording of some of
Yes,
that conversation. And did you return that recording piece later?
yes,
Okay. Now, was that the end of the interaction between you or did anything else happen?
more.
Okay, what happened next?
He asked me, did I want to play the touchy game with him?
Okay, yes, you want to play the touchy game. Can you explain to us what the touchy game is?
Letting a man touch on your body.
Okay. And you know, I'm not familiar with that. Is that like something going around with kids your age these days or?
Yes,
Okay. Is it fair to say you're not the only person with the touchy game?
yes.
Okay. And when he asked you that, what was your response?
What the hell do you mean? Do I want to play the touchy game?
Did he say anything else after that?
I said something else.
What did you say?
Hell no.
Okay. What happened next?
He left out and started laughing.
Okay, so he left the classroom?
Yes,
Okay, after he left the classroom, what did you do after that?
was to go tell the dean.
Okay, did you tell the dean?
Yes,
Okay, and after you told the dean, what happened next?
I went to my friend and called my mother.
Okay, you speak with your mother?
Yes,
Did you talk about what happened?
yes,
At some point after that, did you speak with, police officer about what happened?
yes.
No more questions, Judge.
Cross examine.
None, Your Honor. And I don't know if we actually want to seek illustration, but I am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm gonna have to ask that you step into the hallway until further notice. People out there in Zoom land, people are YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off of this.
I'll just say, Judge, there are a couple members of this witness's family, however, I've spoken to everyone, I think.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're all set.
You're all set, Ms. Hutchins, thank you. This time the people will call detective. Detective Kenneth.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the court reporter.
Well, my name is Detective Amir, A-N-I, L-E-R.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Your witness box next to you. Okay, when you're ready.
Detective Kegler, could you just give us your full name again for the record?
Again, Detective Amir Kegler.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed as the Director of the School Police Department.
Okay, and what is your capacity? In what capacity?
I'm a detective for the district.
Okay, how long have you been working?
Been working for the police department for 20 years. I've been a police officer and detective for 3 years.
Okay, and were you working in your capacity as a detective for the Detroit Public School Police Department after your first this year?
Yes.
Okay, and did you come to be assigned to a case involving incident at Denby High School?
Yes.
And can you tell us how you first became involved with the case?
A police report was done. It was assigned to me by my lieutenant.
Okay.
So,
all right. So in the course of your investigation, did you determine the name of the individual that these allegations have been made against?
Yes.
And what name did you who did you identify it with these allegations were made against?
Damian Ayers Jr.
Okay, and in the course of your investigation, did you determine whether or not he was an employee of the school?
Yes.
Okay, was he an employee there?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us in what capacity he was an employee there?
His job is called a paraprofessional, which is pretty much like a teacher's aide to teachers.
Okay, so during the course of your investigation, did you have any interaction directly with Mr. Ayers?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us how you came to interact with him?
He was brought to our headquarters where I did an interview for him.
Okay. Would you recognize Mr. Ayers if you saw him before today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and tell the photo?
He's a young man sitting to the right, wearing a black sweater.
Record, we have this identified person defendant.
So
you said he was brought to headquarters, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you in fact interview him?
Yes.
Did you read him his rights prior to your interview with him?
Yes.
Okay. I'm holding what is People's Proposed Exhibit 1, showing to defense.
You may.
Detective, can you tell me what you are holding right there that's marked People's Proposed Exhibit 1?
No, this is constitutional rights, certificate of notification.
Okay, and did you go over that form with Mr. Ayers prior to speaking with him?
Yes,
Okay, and did he initial next to each of his rights on that form?
yes,
Okay, is that, and did he sign at the bottom?
yes.
Okay, can you tell me, does he have a date and time on it?
On February 14th, 2024, that was 9/28.
Okay, is 9:48 the correct time?
Yes,
Okay. Is that a true and accurate copy of the form that you put up with Mr. Ayers?
yes.
Okay, people move for the addition. One.
Any objection? No. Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So you had an opportunity to interview him. When you interviewed him, was it you or was there another officer present?
The initial interview was just with myself, Mr. Ayers.
Now, let me ask you, at your headquarters, do you guys have video recorded interview rooms?
No,
Okay, so was there any kind of video recording made of the interview?
no,
Okay. Did you guys make a written statement of this interview?
yes,
Okay, and did you go over that written statement with Mr. Ayers?
yes,
And did he initial and sign that statement?
yes.
Okay. I'm holding Judge Wood as People's Proposed Exhibit 2, showing that to defense. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Madam Boyer, that's the voluntary.
Yes. Kevin,
Yes,
during your conference with my client, did the word attorney ever come up?
no,
Did my client ever inform you that an attorney should be here?
no. I can say that the word attorney came up when I read in his rights, letting him know that we could have an attorney present.
Other than that, he didn't talk about anyone being present or calling anyone to talk about it?
No,
Not at all.
no.
Have a good day, Judge.
Okay, so you're holding what is People's Proposed Exhibit 2. You take a look at that.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
This is a written statement that I took from Mr. Ayers.
Okay. Now, did you take more than one written statement from Mr. Ayers?
Yes,
And is that the first written statement or the second?
this is the first written statement.
Okay. So, looking through that, is that a true and accurate copy of that first written statement?
Yes.
People would need to admit that's
All right, do we have a stipulation for exam purposes only with the statement is only a voluntary bill?
For exam purposes only.
All right. Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, how many pages is that statement? Okay. Now, in that first statement that you went over with him, it was just the two of you, did he at any point admit to touching his Hutchins?
I don't really know. You can say that. No.
Okay. Now, can you tell me, does the statement you have in front of you, does that list a start and end time for that interview?
It does.
Can you tell me what the start and end time of that interview was?
It says from 9:44 to 11:23.
Okay. So, when you concluded that statement, and he signed that, was that the end of your interaction with Mr. Ayers?
The first interaction.
Okay, so what happens after that statement is completed and signed?
I took this statement to my lieutenant, allowed my lieutenant to look it over. He wasn't satisfied, he said we're gonna go back and talk to him again.
Okay, did you go back and talk to him again?
Yes,
Okay, Do you recall how much time passed between the first time and the second time?
Maybe 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay, and when you came back, was it just you or was it you and?
It was myself and the lieutenant.
And so did you continue to speak with him?
Yes.
Okay. When you continued to speak with him, did he at any point tell you that you wanted an attorney?
No.
Did he at any point tell you he didn't want to speak with you anymore?
No.
Okay. Did you take the written statement on this second attack?
Yeah.
Holding those people proposed to flee the defense. Yeah, approach. Can you tell me what you're holding right now?
This is the second statement that I'm giving to myself and the lieutenant. Right.
Okay. Can you tell me what the start and end time on that statement are?
11:52 to 12:27.
Okay. Now, in this one, I'm gonna have you, I'm gonna have you read through this. How many pages is this statement?
This one is 2.
Okay. Your Honor, is this a true and accurate copy of that written statement?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of this statement.
Just one question, on this, when you came back in the second on the occasion, did you again read him his Miranda rights?
No.
Is there any particular reason you didn't read him Miranda rights when you, was the lieutenant with you when you came in the second time?
Yes.
When you and the lieutenant came in, was there any particular reason you didn't reiterate and inform him that his Miranda rights was being waived or anything of that nature?
He had signed them
Previously.
Pardon me?
He signed previously, as you stated on the record.
Correct.
You left the room when that interview was over, correct?
Correct.
When you came back in, you didn't read his Miranda rights, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor,
Well, there's case law on point that indicates that once Miranda is given, especially during the short period of time in which the interview took place, that it does not necessarily have to be given again.
Understood.
So I move for the admission. Thank you. So you say how many pages is that? 2?
2.
Okay. I'm gonna have you go ahead and just read that statement to us. Please read the question first and then his response.
So the question was, what really happened?
I'm sorry. Please state the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Answer.
Yes, sir. Question. What really happened? Answer. I went into the classroom to find out why she was not in class. I then asked her about the touchy-feely game. I asked her what was the freakiest thing that she had ever done. I fucked up. I don't know why I did it. Question. Did you hug her? Answer. Yes, from the side. Question. Why did you ask her that? Answer. I heard that she had jacked a boy off on the bleachers. Question. Question. What did you hope to gain by asking her what was the freakiest thing you did? Answer. To get more information. I wanted to hear about the bleacher situation. Question. Why did you want to hear more about the bleacher situation? Answer. To see if that's how she really gets down. Question. What was the thing that led up to you asking her that? Answer. I heard about the bleacher thing and about the touchy-feely game. So I tested her. I tried to shoot my shot. Question. Why did you not tell the truth the first time? Answer. I was nervous about the outcome. I was trying to avoid jail. Question. Is there anything else that you want to add? Answer. No, I accept responsibility. The initial and signed.
Thank you. And no more questions.
Oh, Suzanne?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you. Step it up.
Yes.
Any witnesses for the people?
No additional witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
People?
Your Honor, this time people will be remind over as charged.
Ms. Belsham?
And I object to the blind vote. My client in count one is charged with CSE, second degree, and as it states in the information, did engage in sexual contact with the child. We don't dispute the age. Key word is the sexual conduct. I'm citing from the case of the people of the state of Michigan, there's Troy Piper. And in the case of Troy Piper, what it states is that the whole point is that you have to touch in the person in an intimate part of their life. And when I read my quote, it says, the current statute at issue here requires proof that the defendant engaged in intentional touching of the complainant's intimate parts or the clothing immediately covering that area. The proof of intentional touching alone is insufficient to establish guilt. The statute further requires that the prosecution prove that the intentional touch could be construed as a sexual touch. Now, putting those paragraphs together, we heard the testimony from the victim, and I understand her situation. But however, the law says in order for there to be this offense, it's just not alone for it, it's not enough for intentional touching. It has to be on an intimate part of the body, the breast, the vagina, things of that nature. Here, the court explicitly clarified what was touching, and no intimate part of the body was touched, either underneath the floor or on top. Therefore, this case is not being good.
Judge, I believe that based on the witness's testimony about the area that she was touched, that she did say it was underneath the breast area. Additionally, with the circumstances under which it happened, his statements to the complainant, as well as his statements to the police that he made it clear that this was done for sexual purposes, was done in a sexual manner. I believe that is a sufficient factor.
I think your direct testimony of Ms. Hutchins could have been developed more, but as courts are always called upon to do is to interpret any set of facts as it relates to the law. And taking the plain meaning of hug, and she indicated that she was hugged from behind. So taking the plain meaning of hug from behind, when I think of the word hug, I think of the bodies touching each other. And you're talking about a hug from behind, that it would have had to touch her buttocks. He would have had to touch her buttocks and hugging her from behind. She clearly stated that he did not touch her breast, he was below her breast. But taking the plain meaning of what she said, the word hug and hugging her from behind, I find, and then putting it in the context, the purpose of what she did that. He said he was trying to shoot a shot. He also said that he wanted to inquire about her jacking someone off, those kinds of things. All, to me, indicates that he did so for a sexual purpose. If this grown man was trying to talk to a child in a school.
I mean, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're not disputing this Honorable Court's statement as it states. What I think, and as the prosecutor on this case in the furtherance of justice, I believe this court is misinterpreting and leaving out the vital part and adding into facts, because when we look at the record.
Well, tell me, let's take it step by step. What am I misinterpreting?
She was sitting in the chair.
I didn't hear her say sitting in the chair.
Right. The prosecutor and I know she was sitting in the chair. Now,
No,
you're
I can
adding,
only go by what I heard here. I didn't hear anything about her sitting in the chair.
so for you to suggest that certain parts of the body touched when it's not coming from the stand, even though I know you're doing it with common sense and things of that nature.
Taking the plain meaning of what she said. Now, if there was something about her sitting in the chair, I didn't hear that. That may be some information that you got, but that didn't come from the four corners of this hearing.
Correct, Your Honor. Now, because it didn't come from the stand, whether she was standing or sitting or any other parts of the body touched, then this honorable court will be adding facts that's not from the stand by assuming that this part of the body touched.
I just disagree with you. I don't think I'm adding anything. I'm taking what it is that she stated. She stated that he came from behind her and hugged her. Taking the plain meaning of the word hug, that means that she was embraced from behind. She said that he came from behind her. I didn't know that she was a chair. That information never came up.
And if you see, and what I'm getting at now, sit down with the statement, I appreciate this time, patience. But what I'm getting at is that at no time did she say connection when the court was clarifying what was the touching. The prosecutor was alluding where was the touching. And it was explicitly stated the touching was around the waist, not breast, nothing about the breast.
She didn't even say around the waist. She said below her breast.
And I think this honorable court said.
Let's have the witness come back. Let's get some further clarification. Ms. Hutchins, let me remind you that you're still under oath, okay? I just have a few more questions for you. I want to get some clarifications as to this hug and what part of his body touched what part of your body. First of all, where were you? You were in the classroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you sitting or standing or what?
Sitting.
You were sitting, were you sitting in a chair?
Yes.
What kind of chair were you sitting?
Wooden chair.
You were sitting in a wooden chair.
Yes.
So when you felt, you say the defendant came from behind you and hugged you, is that right?
Yes.
What part of his body, was there any other part of his body besides his arms that touched you?
No.
Just his arms?
Yes.
And you said his arms did not touch your breast?
No.
Mr. Bloom?
Ms. Hutchins, do you recall giving a statement to the police?
Yes.
And, do you recall, is this one teaching purposes or? Yes. Do you recall going over a written statement with the police after talking to them?
Yes.
Okay. And, did you have a parent present when you gave that statement?
Yes.
Okay. And when you read through that statement, did everything in it appear accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if you told the police back when you gave that statement, that?
With all respect,
You recall, reading that statement and what you said to police that do you recall telling the police that, when they asked you what did he touch, that you said up near or on top of my breast really strong?
No.
You don't recall giving that statement?
No.
You don't recall?
asked and answered, Judge. How many times you gonna answer the same question? She said, no, he has an answer. He had it twice.
Thanks, Judge. Okay. No more questions, Judge.
No questions.
All right, thank you. You may step. Okay, Mr. Bloom?
If I could have just one here.
Save you some time, Mr. Bloom. As it relates to count one, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, the missing element that you have here is sexual contact. It is clearly indicated, although there was sexual contact, meaning contact, it was not, okay, nor can it be construed as being sexual contact. However, it was an offensive touching. So what we have here is an assault and battery, as opposed to criminal sexual conduct in the second degree.
Well, Your Honor, I was going to move, based on the testimony, I would amend the information to, I would move to amend the information to add a count of causing minor. The evidence we have here said this is a individual under 16. For causing with the intent to commit an act or submit to sexual intercourse or an act of gross indecency, or encourage a child under the age of 16 to commit these described acts. I believe that the evidence based on
What's the statute?
that's going to be 750-145A. That is 750.145A, and that is a 4-year felony.
All right, Mr. Upshaw?
I'm trying to read that statute, but I object. First of all, I just put it up. Thank you. First of all, Judge, when you get ready to amend and add an entire new charge, you can't do it at the end. The one thing about the judicial system is that we're supposed to have fair play and notice. No notice was given this. We prepared based upon what the prosecutor accuses. Now, after the court hearing and everything is out, he attempts to add an entirely new charge. It's not a lesser of the two, it's an entirely new charge, and that's inappropriate. I have no notice, I didn't prepare for that. And I know he didn't intentionally because he's always a good guy, but I'm not saying, someone else would say, I would be sandbagged. I have to have notice, I was given no notice, and to this. And furthermore, there's not only there's a lack of notice, I think the question was, what did you do? Not would you do? What's the nastiest thing you ever done? Not do some nasty act to me. Now we can assume whatever facts we want, but he did not ask her for sex. He did not try to prostitute her. And normally these are the things, what happens when you attempt being nosy and being wrong and asking questions. It's not even what this statute is about. It's enticing a person to do an act.
He tells us what his intent was, right? He was trying to shoot a shot.
That and shoot the shot leads to interpretation, and I understand it can be interpreted in many different ways, but Judge, it's still the fairness. The fairness that if that was the prosecutor's intent, it had to be alleged prior to the preliminary exam being conducted, not after.
I'm sure Mr. Bloomers didn't know that either until the facts came out, how the testimony came out.
And even then, he didn't put the court on notice to after he rested and I made my closing argument. And that's inappropriate. If he was, once
So
he
to
heard,
remedy this situation, would you like to recall the witness and ask what additional questions
Judge,
as it relates to this particular charge?
I would like to, even on these records, Your Honor, I would still hold tight that there's no enticement here. Based on the four corners of what we heard, there's no enticement. Now, we may consider a person wrong for answering those questions. The prosecutor didn't.
What about the touching game? That was enticing.
Did you ever play the touching game?
You want to play the touching game? That was the question.
I think as the record stands, Your Honor, there's insufficient evidence.
All right, the court, after hearing the testimony of Samantha Hutchins, and although the prosecution has made a last ditch effort to get this matter bound over, the statute that they've given the court, 750.1458, fits squarely into the facts as were testified to by Ms. Hutchins. That statute reads, a person who accosts, entices, or solicits a child less than 16 years of age, regardless of whether the person knows the individual is a child or knows the actual age of the child, or an individual who he or she believes is a child less than 16 years of age, with the intent to induce or force that child or individual to commit an immoral act, to submit to an act of sexual intercourse, or an act of gross indecency, or to any other act of depravity or delinquency, or who encourages a child less than 16 years of age, regardless of whether the person knows the individual is a child, or knows the actual age of the child, or an individual who he or she believes is a child less than 16 years of age to engage in any of those acts is guilty of a felony punishable by imprisonment for not more than 4 years or a fine of not more than $4,000 or both. Again, the allegations that this court heard from Ms. Hutchins fit squarely within that statute, in that the defendant allegedly asked the complainant to engage him in the touching game, asked her, and he made admissions to the police about her allegedly jacking someone off, and he wanted to find out more about that, and he wanted to shoot his shot. Court is satisfied that people met their burden of the amended count 1 of accosting, enticing, or soliciting a child for an immoral purpose, as well as the added count 2, assault or assault and battery. The court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause for these committed will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court criminal divisions for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be March 29th, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes.
You have to put a bill.
Yes.
Put
Oh, that's what the two things.
yeah.
Should be of any size.
Okay, who is this?
Ms. Fountain.
Townsend. Calling case 2455765, people of the state of Michigan versus Anjanaria Virginia Townsend. Defendants charged in count 1, child abuse, second degree; count 2, child abuse, second degree; count 3, child abuse, second degree; count 4, child abuse, second degree; count 5, reckless driving. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Brittany Johnson on behalf of people, P83513.
Sydney Henderson with India's P84839, appearing on behalf of Ms. Townsend. Ms. Townsend, please state your name for the record. Ashmi Maria Townsend.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the people are unable to proceed, necessary witnesses not being present. We contacted the families yesterday. They informed us that they would be here today. They have not been, I have not seen them out in the hallway. It's now 12:37. This was scheduled for 12:15.
Your Honor, given that information of Ms. Townsend's statutory right to hold preliminary exam and 5 to 7 days after the class conference, for dismissal this night.
So order court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
There you go.
I need to dismiss what you did.
Please in the back, talk this is fine.
Reginald Antoine Travis. Calling case 2455704. People of the state of Michigan versus Reginald Antoine Travis. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree, person 13 through 15. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree, person 13 through 15. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree, victim 13 through 15. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Erin Wilmuth, P82085, appearing on behalf of people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. David Cripps, P34972, appearing on behalf of Reginald Antoine Travis. We're ready to go to the hearing.
Are people ready to proceed?
The people are prepared to proceed, Your Honor. We would move for a mutual order of sequestration at this time. The officer in charge is not here. We would ask for an exception for our victim advocate when the complaining witness is testifying.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
There doesn't appear to be any witnesses in the courtroom, I don't think.
There's some people here, yeah, that I won't.
Who are these people? What's your name, people?
My name is Jacqueline Travis. I'm Reginald Antoine Travis.
Oh, okay, there you are. Good morning. And your name, ma'am?
My name is Emily Reed. I'm Fred.
Okay.
Also. I'm sorry.
Last name is Peoples?
Templeton.
Templeton, I'm sorry. Okay, your name, sir?
Elton Moore.
All right, and none of these people, none of you are witnesses to this matter, is that right?
No, sir, no.
Okay.
To my, based on their names and my review of the case and the evidence, none of those names sound familiar as anyone who would have any relevant information to this incident.
All right, also, people out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time.
And Your Honor, as it relates to that sentiment, this is a 14-year-old minor who is going to be testifying as to allegations of criminal sexual conduct. We would ask the court to take those appropriate measures to protect her privacy and identity.
Absolutely. So I will not show her face. Give me a heads up when you state her name so I can read it.
I'm gonna call my witness right now. If you're
Step forward, give your name and spelling of your name to the young lady waiting at you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to you. There's going to be a microphone once you sit down. It's going to be to your left. Just pull that up. There's going to be a microphone once you sit down. Just to your left. Pick that up and put the base of that in your mouth and speak directly into that. So we can clear it. Okay.
Sure.
September 8th, 2009.
So that would make you 14 years old today?
Yes.
Araya, I want to direct your attention back to February 7th of 2024. Did something happen that would make you have to come to court today?
Yes.
Can you tell me where you were when something happened?
I was at the BP gas station.
So how did you get to the BP gas station on February 7th?
I walked.
Where did you walk from?
My dad's house.
Where does your dad live?
In Redford.
Do you know the street name?
Summers.
I didn't catch that.
Huh?
Do you know the street name?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what that is?
It's Summers. It's hard to pronounce.
Are you not sure how to pronounce it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. So let me ask you this. What time did you leave your dad's house to go up to the BP gas station?
10:30 p.m.
Was there a reason that you left your dad's house that night and went to the BP gas station?
I didn't want to be at my dad's house anymore.
So from the time that you left your dad's house, you said you walked, did I get that right?
Yes.
About how long did it take for you to walk from your dad's house to the BP gas station?
7 minutes.
So it was pretty close in proximity to your father's house?
Yes.
Do you know specifically what city that BP gas station was located in?
Redford.
So tell me what happens when you get up to the gas station.
I met a guy and I stayed up there for a couple of hours until I met Reggie.
Okay. So let me stop you there. So you first get to the gas station. What do? Do you stay outside? Do you go inside? Something different?
I stayed inside for a long time.
Did you, when you first got to the gas station, did you speak with anybody there?
I spoke with the workers.
I'm sorry.
The workers.
Do you recall how many workers were there when you got up to the gas station?
1.
About how long, you mentioned meeting someone by the name of Reggie. How long had you been at the gas station when you met a person by the name of Reggie?
6 hours.
So that would have been then in the early morning hours?
Yes.
Do you know around what time in the morning?
3 a.m.
Did you meet this person, Reggie, outside or inside of the gas station?
Inside.
Had you ever met this person before?
No.
So tell me how that contact happened. What's the first thing you remember about having contact with a person by the name of Reggie?
He asked me what's my name, and I told him my name was Araya. And you want me to tell you like the whole conversation?
Well, I'm gonna stop you right there. Do you see that person by the name of Reggie that you met in the BP gas station at 3 in the morning in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Can you point to that person and describe something that they're wearing?
He's wearing green and he has on a blue mask.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant Reginald Travis.
So
Thank you. Okay, so you tell this person your name?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens next? Does the conversation continue?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that conversation.
He asks me what I'm doing up here. And I told him how I left home, I ran away. And he asked, how old am I? And I told him I was 14. And he said, and then I told him how I'm waiting for my dad to come to the gas station.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, okay, Araya?
Yes.
So when you tell this person, Reggie, that you're waiting for your dad to come up to the gas station, were you actually waiting for your dad to come up to the gas station?
No.
Is there a reason that you said that?
Because I was a bit afraid to go with anyone.
Okay, so what happens next?
Then he says,
And just to be clear, when you say he, are we talking about the person Reggie you just identified?
yes.
Okay.
Then he asks me, where is my dad? And how long have I been waiting? And I told him I've been waiting for a while. And then he says, is he gonna ever come? And I said, I don't think so. Then he said, do you wanna go for a ride with me until your dad comes?
Okay, what did you say?
Yes.
So what do you do at that point? Do you stay in the gas station or do you go?
I go out to Reggie's car.
Do you remember what that car looked like?
It was a truck, it was black with silver.
And do you know what type of make the car was?
I think it was like a Cadillac.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure, but I think.
Okay, so was it an SUV type vehicle?
Yes.
Had you ever seen that car before?
No.
So what do you do at this point?
I get in the car with him and we start talking and I tell him why I ran away and things that go on in my life. And he just laughs.
So what type of things were you telling him about your life?
I was telling him why I ran away, why I get kicked out of school, and the reason why I was at the gas station.
Now, when you're having these conversations, is the car still parked at the BP or what's going on?
We are going, like the car is moving.
Okay. Did you recognize where the car was moving to?
We went to East Point.
How do you know that you were in East Point?
Because my auntie lives up there and I recognized where we was at. I told him that this is where my auntie lives.
Did Reggie tell you where you guys were going?
He said he was going to get weed.
How long did it take from you to get strike that? Do you recall how long it took to get from the BP gas station to East Point?
That's 27 minutes.
Did Reggie ever make any stop to obtain marijuana?
No.
Okay, so tell me what happened, what do you remember happening next?
As he was writing, he just kept laughing at things I was telling him. And then we make a stop and I asked him for something to drink. And he says he doesn't have anything but liquor in his car. And I told him I would take that. And he stopped to go get it from the back and he gave some to me.
So when you say that you were talking about, are we still talking about that same person, Reggie?
Yes.
Okay. When you say that Reggie went and got it from the back, can you clarify if you mean the back seat, the trunk, something different?
The trunk.
So at this time then, is the car stopped?
Yes.
And do you recall what type of liquor this was?
I don't know the name of it.
Okay. So do you actually drink any of this liquor?
No. Well, yes, I do drink it.
Okay. And was this something that you drank right out of the bottle? Was it put in a cup, something different?
He poured it in a cup.
So after, now, when you're drinking some of this liquor, is the car still stopped or have you begun moving?
We began moving.
What happens next?
Then as we're going, he takes my hand and put it on his penis. And then he tells me to pull out his penis, and then he tells me to give him oral sex as the car is moving.
So I want to just back up. You said that he asked you to pull his penis out.
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
And what did you use to pull his penis out?
My hand.
And did you do anything with your hand when you pulled his penis out?
No.
Okay. And then you mentioned oral sex.
Yes.
Can you tell me what you mean by that?
My mouth was on his penis.
And when your mouth was on his penis, Reggie's penis, was Reggie's penis touching the outside of your mouth, the inside of your mouth, something different?
Both.
And when you when Reggie's penis was inside of your mouth, did he say anything to you?
No.
And when your mouth was on Reggie's penis, was your body or mouth staying still, or were you moving something different?
My mouth was moving and my body was staying still.
Now, at the time that you are that this is happening with the oral sex, is the car stopped? Is it moving? Something different?
It's moving.
So about how long does the oral sex last?
For like 15 minutes.
Did something happen that caused the oral sex to stop?
Yes, we pulled up to apartments that are next to the BP gas station. And I asked him, are we about to have sex? And he said yes.
So I just want to stop you there. When the oral sex occurred, did you see anything come out of Reggie's penis?
No.
So you get to these apartments. Had you been to those apartments before?
No.
Did you recognize those apartments?
No.
So once you get to the apartments, what happens?
Then I asked him, are we gonna have sex? And he said yes. Then we go into the back seat of his car and we have sex where his penis is inside my vagina.
Now, in order to have sex, did your clothing stay on, off, something different?
I took my clothing off.
What about Reggie's clothing?
His clothes were also off.
Did that include your underwear?
Yes.
Did that include Reggie's underwear?
Yes.
So when Reggie's penis was inside of your vagina, was his body staying still, moving, something different?
Moving.
How was Reggie's body moving?
He was moving back and forth.
Did you see if Reggie put anything on his penis before putting it inside of your vagina?
Yes, he wore a condom.
Do you know how long the How long this lasted, that his penis was inside of your vagina?
This lasted also for about 15 minutes.
Did something happen that caused that to stop?
He was finished.
How was it that you know that he was finished?
He had an orgasm.
Did Reggie say anything to you?
No.
So after this happened, what happens next?
Then he says, I asked him, can I stay with him? And he says no, because he has to take his cousin to work. And then we're driving.
Okay, so I'm just gonna stop you there, okay? When you had that conversation about wanting to stay with him, were you still in the back seat of the car or something different?
We were in the front seat.
Okay. So at that point, had clothing been placed back on?
Yes.
For you and for Reggie?
Yes.
So you're in the front seat, you have this conversation, what happens next?
Then I asked him, can I stay with him? And he says no. He has to pick up his cousin. Then we drive a little, it's like 2 minutes, and he parks again, and he makes a call asking, can someone open the front door? Because at first he was gonna let me stay in his cousin's apartment.
So when you said drove about 2 minutes, were you still at the apartment complex or did you leave the apartment complex?
We were at the apartment complex.
So were you at in a different area of the apartment complex?
Yes.
How is it that you know that Reggie made a call?
He took out his phone and I heard the like ringing sound, like when you're gonna call someone, and he asked them to open the door.
Did you actually hear anyone on the other end?
No.
Okay. So after you see him pull out his phone and dial someone, what happens next?
Then he hangs up the call and he tells me I have to go back to the gas station. And so I say no, and I start crying. Then he tells me he's gonna pick me back up. So he drops me off in the back of the gas station.
Can I stop you there,
Yes.
Mariah? Thank you. Was this, what gas station was this?
This was the same gas station.
The same BP gas station that you met Reggie at?
Yes.
So you're dropped off in the back?
Yeah.
Okay, what happens at that point?
Then he rolls down his window and yells at me to go back to the gas station. And I try to get back in his car, still crying, and it's locked. So I had to go back in the gas station and he pulled off. And I never seen him again.
Okay. So this person, Reggie, never came back to the gas station after he dropped you off?
No.
Okay. So how you stay at the gas station then for longer?
Yes.
About how much longer?
I stayed overnight.
So how is it that we get here today, that the police get involved and we're here in court today?
I turned myself into the 8th precinct, and my mother and father showed me a picture of him and said, so who?
Jeff, we're getting into your sake.
No, for the truth of the matter, sir, but how they got there today, for that limited purpose, so we will see.
You can continue, Araya.
And showed me a picture of him and asked me, so who is this and what did we do? And I told them exactly what happened, and I had to get a rape kit.
So when you went to you said 8th precinct, did you go up there by yourself?
Yes.
About how long after you went up to the 8th precinct did you then have contact with your parents?
5 minutes.
They came up there quickly?
Yes.
Do you know if they're, had been any, well, I'm gonna strike that. So you said you got a sexual assault kit?
Yes.
Do you remember if that was the same day or a different day, if you know?
It was the next day.
And when you told your parents what happened, did you tell them exactly what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. At any point when you were with this person, Raji, was there any thing else happen that involved body parts?
No.
Thank you, Orion. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross examine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Hall. Do you go by any other names?
No.
Any nicknames?
No.
All right, as I understand your testimony, this took place back on a date where you were at your father's house, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you didn't want to stay there any further?
No.
Is that why you left?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your father's name for the court record?
Jerome.
Last name? And was there any reason why you didn't want to stay there any longer?
I just didn't want to stay there.
I'm sorry,
I just didn't want to stay.
there's no particular reason why you didn't want to stay there?
It's just he didn't care about my mental health, so I just left.
So you were having mental health issues at that time?
Yes.
Were those issues that would affect your ability to tell the truth?
No.
All right, so on that evening when you had your own bedroom at your father's house, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you ran away from the house, is that right?
Yes.
Had you done that before?
No.
And did you use any do anything to make it appear as if you were still in your bed?
Yes.
What did you do?
I stuffed a bunch of pillows under the covers
And why did you do that?
so they don't come looking for me.
All right, so you wanted to trick them to make them think you were still, your father think you were still there?
Yes.
And this is in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Were you under the influence of any medication at that time?
No.
Smoking any marijuana?
No.
Drinking any alcohol?
No.
And how did you get out of the house?
I jumped out the window.
Go to your bedroom?
No, took the dining room.
Did you take anything with you?
Yes, I took clothes and perfume and deodorant and stuff like that.
Did you take a cell phone with you?
No.
So you were planning on leaving for a period of time, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and why wasn't you decided to go to that gas station 7 minutes away?
Because I knew there would be people there that could possibly take me
Take you where?
to their house.
So you wanted to get to anybody's house other than your house?
Yes.
Had you been to that gas station before?
Yes.
Had you met other people there before?
No.
And you got other men's cars before that location?
I'm gonna object, this is not relevant to the,
So when you got there, did you stand outside the gas station or go right in?
And
And you said you had been there before? Is that
yes.
right? So did you know the person was working behind the counter?
No.
After getting inside the gas station lobby, what did you do?
I talked to the worker, asking them, is it okay for me to stay in here?
And then what did you say next?
What did they say or what I said?
What did you say?
I said, okay, because they said I can stay.
Okay, so what were you doing during that time?
Just standing all the way in the back.
In the back of the gas station,
Yes,
inside or outside?
inside.
What was your plan at that time?
Just to meet anyone.
Anyone you could meet, is that right?
Yes,
Did you meet anybody?
yes.
Who was the first person you met?
Jason.
Looking at my client here in the courtroom, that's not the person you knew was Jason, is it?
What, Jason?
That's not Jason, I'm pointing at my client here.
Yes. Oh, no, that's not Jason.
Okay, so somebody other than my client who you met, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you say to Jason?
I told him why I ran away and the same thing, but he told me that I cannot be with him because I am underage. So,
What did you tell him your age?
yes,
Did you get into a vehicle with him?
yes,
Okay, so you not only talked to Jason, you got into a vehicle with him.
yes,
Did he touch you in any way?
yes.
Where?
On my breast.
Were you okay with that?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, check, this is not relevant to
It's not
this.
relevant.
Well, I think it fits the whole scenario of that evening.
It does not matter. If she consented, if she solicited, does not matter because of her age. She cannot consent to sexual contact.
Yes.
Well,
I think it should be left in the record, Your Honor. I think it's relevant.
no, it's not relevant. Restrict.
Okay, I would object to that. All right, so all of this, how long were you in this Jason's car?
For like 30 minutes.
Okay, and then you got out of his car?
Yes.
So where did you go then?
Back to the gas station.
In the gas station. Okay, what happened then?
Then hours went by and that's when I met Reggie.
What did you say went by?
Hours.
Okay, so thank you. Hours went by, and then you met somebody named Rich.
Yes.
Who you'd never seen before in your life.
Yes.
Did you talk to any other persons during those hours between Jason and Rich?
No.
All right. Still standing in the back of the gas station?
Yes.
And where was Reggie when you first saw him?
He was buying something and he went out the gas station, then he came back in and started a conversation with me.
Okay, and you were still at the back of the gas station at that time?
Yes.
Did you talk to him first?
No.
Did you motion to him to come over?
No.
He just came over and started talking to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
What did he say?
Yes.
Oh, he asked me what's my name.
What did you tell him?
Araya. And he asked me, what am I doing here? I told him, well, I lied and said I'm waiting for my dad.
Okay, so stop there. You said you lied to him?
Yes.
You lied to Reggie?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was hesitant to go with him at first.
You were hesitant to go anywhere at first, so you potentially lied.
Yes.
Okay. You said you were waiting for your father.
Yes.
So what happened after you told him that?
Then he asked, where is he? And I told him, I don't know, it's been a while. And he asked me how old I am, and I told him I'm 14 years old.
And that was all inside the gas station, you told him that?
Yes.
Did you tell him your father was on the way up to the gas station?
Yes.
Right, and was that a lie?
Yes.
Right, so that's the second lie you told to him?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that it wasn't until you were in the car later on that you told him your age?
That's not true. I told him my age in the gas station.
So after you told him your age, what happened next?
Then he asked me, do I want to go for a ride with him until my dad gets here?
And what did you say?
Yes.
And then what happened?
Then we got into his car.
Okay, so before you got into the car, you had this conversation. All of this was fine with you, was that right?
Yeah.
You weren't forced to do any of this?
No.
So then, you voluntarily got into his car, is that correct?
Yeah,
You got in the, who got in first?
I don't know, we just both got in,
Okay, and where was the car located?
in front of the gas station.
Was it at a gas pump?
No,
Just sitting in front of the gas station?
yes,
And I assume nobody else was in the car at that time?
no.
All right. And then once you got in, what happened then?
Then I started telling him why I ran away because he asked again what I was doing up there.
And what did you tell him?
I told him I ran away from my dad's house because I don't want to be there.
What else did you tell him?
And I told him why I got kicked out of school.
What did
Why
you tell him about that?
I told him I got kicked out of school for fighting. And that's it.
Anything else you can remember, that part of the conversation?
I told him that I wasn't a virgin.
Why did that true?
Yes,
So you didn't lie, okay.
no.
What else did you tell him?
That's it.
Were you telling him these things because you wanted to have sex with him?
No, I told him that so he could maybe look at me as I needed help and that he could let me stay with him.
So that was your goal at that time, is to want him to allow you to stay with him?
Yeah,
Why would that? Why would you want to do that to a total stranger?
he seemed like nice and he was just nice to me, so
And you wanted to go anywhere but home?
yes.
So after you got in the car, did you sit there for a while or did he drive away?
He drove away.
Do you know where he went?
We went to East Point.
And is that because he told you that, or was there saw some street signs, or how do you know he did this?
I saw the way, my auntie lives up there, so I knew the way to get there, and that's how I figured we was on East Point, in East Point.
And he told you he was going to get some weed?
Yes,
All right, did you eventually go to a location in East Point?
no, we was just running around.
So you never stopped at any location?
We stopped one, but that wasn't at a location, just anywhere, so he could go get the liquor from his trunk.
So he stopped on some street somewhere, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And when he got out of the vehicle, did you try to get out of the vehicle?
no,
You had no interest in getting out of the vehicle at that time, is that right?
no,
All right, okay.
oh, yes,
Okay. And then he got something out of the trunk, is that right?
yes,
And then got back in the car?
yes.
And then where did you go?
Then we were driving around some more. And after that, we stopped at these apartments.
Do you even know what city that was?
Bradford,
Now, how did you know that?
because my dad lives out there.
Okay, so you knew it was Redford then, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. So you stopped at some apartments in Redford. What happened there in Redford?
at the apartments we had sex.
Did you get out of the car?
No,
Stayed in the car?
yes,
Did you stay in the front seat?
no, we went in the back seat.
Was it your idea to get in the back seat?
No,
Well, how did it come about you got in the back seat?
because he was back there.
So he got in the back seat
Yes,
and you followed him and got in the back seat also.
yes.
Who took their clothes off first?
I don't know. We just both took them off.
Okay. Nobody forced you to get in the back seat?
No,
You did that on your own?
yes,
When you got in the back seat, you took your clothes off?
yes,
Nobody forced you to?
no,
You did that on your own because you wanted to?
yes.
Okay. And and what happened then?
We had sex and then after he told me that he had to go take his cousin to work and that I need to go back to the gas station.
So when did this activity happen when he was driving around and you said, put your hand on the penis?
That was when we was in East Point and we was just driving around and that incident happened.
Okay, so when you were in East Point is when he said, put your hand on my penis, correct?
Yes,
All right, and what did you do?
I put my hand on his feet.
Nobody forced you, you did that on your own.
Yes,
And what did you, was his clothing still on, obviously, at that point?
yes.
Okay, so you didn't really put it on his penis, you put it on clothing over his penis.
Oh, no, he told me to pull out his penis and I did, and penis was on the outside of his clothes.
So the car is still driving it, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, so after he told you to take the penis out and you did, what happened next?
and then he told me to give him oral sex.
And what did you do?
I gave him oral sex.
I don't need to know what that is.
Oh, my mouth was on his penis.
When he's driving,
Yes,
he's still driving down the street when you're doing this.
yes,
How long a time did you do that when the car was in motion?
for like 15 minutes.
So he's driving around 15 minutes, penis out, your mouth on his penis, and the car's just driving normally down the street. Is that your testimony?
Yes,
In East Point.
yes,
All right. And if I understand correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't stop anywhere else, you went back to the gas station where you started out, is that right?
yes,
And then you said once you were at the gas station, you asked to stay with him?
yes.
He said, can I stay with you?
No, I asked, can I stay with him when we was at the apartment?
Oh. And he told you no, is that right?
Yes,
No, I have to take my cousin to work.
yes,
Eventually, he drove you back to the gas station?
yes.
And what did you say to him once you got to the gas station?
I told him I don't want to leave. And I was crying, but he told me I had to leave and I had to get out, so I left.
Why did you tell him you didn't work?
Because I felt like he just had sex with me and was nice to me, so he should just let me stay with him. But he didn't already did something with me.
So you wanted to stay with him?
Yes,
When you got, but he said no when you got out of the car.
yes.
Where did you go?
Behind the silver thing that's in the back of the gas station.
So you went to the rear of the gas station.
Yes.
And what did you do there?
I just sat there and he yelled out the window for me to go back in the gas station because it was cold. So I went back in the gas station.
What's the first thing you did when you went back to the gas station?
Went back to where I was standing at.
Was there still a person working behind the counter?
Yes.
Did you go up to that person?
No.
Say anything to that person?
No.
Went back to the back of the gas station?
Yes.
What was your plan then?
Nothing, just to stay.
Were you waiting for somebody else to talk to?
No.
Well, you weren't gonna go back home, we don't, is that right?
Yes.
So what was your plan then, if you weren't gonna go back home?
To just walk around. And no, I stayed there the first night.
You stayed overnight
Yes.
inside the gas station,
Yes.
in the lobby of the gas station?
What?
Well, this gas station, I assume is probably has some food in there and stuff, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, you were at the rear of the inside of the gas station,
Yes.
so you just stayed awake the whole night standing there?
I sat down on these boxes.
And you never said anything to the worker in the station, they never said anything to you?
No.
Nobody came into contact with you during those few hours?
One time someone told me I had to leave so they could use the bathroom, then they let me back in.
You were in front of the bathroom door, is that what it was?
No, they told me I had to step out the whole gas station so they can use the bathroom, and then they let me back in.
Were you in the bathroom when you were staying there then?
No,
All right, so did you leave?
yes, I left the next day, the next morning.
I mean, when that person told you you had to leave the gas station, did you leave at that time?
Yes,
Where did you go?
I just stood out there because it didn't take long for them to use the bathroom.
Then you went back in.
Yes,
So when was it when you eventually left the gas station?
the morning around like 9 AM.
And why did you leave at that time?
Because, I don't know, I just left because there was nothing there anymore.
Did you encounter anybody when you were walking down the street?
Yes,
And who was that?
Diamond,
Who's Diamond?
a boy from me and I met as I was walking to the liquor store.
Oh, so you were walking to the liquor store or were you talking about a prior occasion? Well, that's a tough question. When you're walking down the street, you said you ran into someone you knew, Diamond, by the name Diamond, is that right?
Yes,
Was Diamond walking down the street also?
no, he was in the car.
Did he stop where you were walking?
No, I walked in the liquor store and then Diamond came in after me.
Okay, so you went into a liquor store.
Yes,
Why did you go to the liquor
I was trying to get me something to eat because I haven't eaten the whole night.
store? So you had some money with you to do that?
Yes,
And then you met Diamond in the liquor store.
yes.
What happened then?
He was like, I almost ran into you, and I laughed and said, what? And then he was like, you cute, what's your number? And I told him how I didn't have my phone, and I ran away.
Did you leave with Diamond?
Yes,
Where did the two of you go?
Objection to relevance.
Why is this relevant?
I think it's, leads up to, I'm trying to lead up to eventually how she was taken to the police station.
Why don't we ask that question? I need to know about
Yeah,
that.
I think this is relevant, I'd like to go into it.
I don't think it's relevant. Sustained objection.
Well, eventually, you said you went to a police station?
yes,
Did Diamond come with you to the police station?
no,
How was it you ever ended up in the police station?
because I walked there. He told me where the police station at because he told me I need to turn myself in and go home.
Did you tell him about the situation you had with Reggie?
No,
You didn't tell him?
no,
Why not?
because that's just not his business.
That's none of his business. All right, then, did he say to you why he was suggesting you go to the precinct, police station?
Because I'm only 14. He told me I'm only 14, I need to be home.
You told him you're a runaway?
Yes,
Well, so did you go to the police station?
yes,
Did you encounter anybody else other than Diamond?
no,
And when you get into the police station, did you talk to a police officer?
yes.
Did you tell the police officer?
I told them I ran away, I'm on the news, and I told them where I'm from, like where I ran away from, and they called my parents and they showed up immediately.
Okay, yeah, you said you told the officer you were on the news?
Yes,
How did you know that?
because from Diamond's television,
Diamond's television. Where was Diamond's television?
at his house.
Oh, so you saw something at Diamond's house on TV regarding you, or Diamond just told you?
I saw myself on the news.
And what did you see?
I seen myself on Fox 2 News saying 14-year-old girl missing from Redford and give anyone a call if you seen her.
And what effect did that have on you?
I didn't really go to jail because I'm already, like, I'm in the system. I've been in hospitals a lot, so I didn't really want them to take me back there or anything like that, so I just turned on something.
So you didn't want to go back to any psychological hospitals, what you're saying?
Yes.
So not wanting to go back, what did you do?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
I didn't hear
You
it.
went to the police station.
Is that what you did right away? Go to the police station or go somewhere?
I went to the police station.
And you told them, the officer, you said you told them you saw yourself on the news.
Yes.
What else did you tell
That's it.
them? You didn't, what was the last thing you said? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I told them I'm a runaway.
Oh. You didn't say a single thing about any encounter with Reggie, is that right?
No, they found out because my
Okay,
mom.
I'll get there in a second. You didn't tell the police officers anything about an encounter with Reggie? Any sexual activity or anything, you didn't tell them about that, right?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
You didn't want who to get in trouble?
Reggie.
All right, so not having said anything about that, what happened next after you told them you were on the news?
They called my parents.
Were you present when they did that? Did you hear them do that?
Yes.
So you waited for your parents then?
Yes.
And who arrived at the police station?
First, my stepdad,
What's his name?
Kenneth Carson.
All right. Did you talk to Mr. Carson?
Yes.
Okay. Was that in the company of a police officer or privately between the two?
That was privately in the police station.
All right. And did you tell Mr. Carson you had run away?
Yes, they all knew.
I'm just asking what you told him. Did you tell him anything about Reggie?
No.
All right. This is the second time you had a third time you had a chance to say something about Reggie and you encountered what you didn't say. Is that right?
Yes.
So after you told him you run away, what happened next?
Then my mom showed up and my dad.
And your mother's name for the record? Did you have a private conversation with your mother?
Yes.
At the police station?
Yes.
Just she and you together?
Huh?
Just your mother and you talking together at that point?
Oh, yes.
Did you tell her that you ran away?
Yes.
Did you tell her that anything about Reggie?
No.
So this is the fourth time you had a chance to tell somebody what you did about Reggie, correct?
Yeah.
And then you said your stepfather, did I have that right?
Yes.
Arrived there?
Yes.
And his name I may have forgotten. Did you have a private conversation with him?
There was police around us.
So you didn't say anything about Reggie or any sex with Reggie to him either, is that correct?
No.
Okay. So eventually with all the adults in your life that came to, what did you do? What happened?
Then my dad came and he immediately said, so who are the men that you got in the car with?
Did you tell him anything about men getting in the car with any men?
Yes.
When did you tell him that?
I mean, I was already caught, so it was called footage, surface and everything. So
Right, but before he said anything, why did you get in the car with those men? Did you tell him about that?
No.
Okay, so he just said that out of the blue.
Yes.
Did you say anything about Reggie at that point?
Yes.
Or what did you say about Reggie?
Well, he asked me did I have sex with him, and I said yes.
And then after that, did you make any statement to any police officers at the police station?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a written statement that you wrote things out?
No, it was a recorded statement.
A recorded statement. And how do you know it was a recorded?
They had this thing in front of me with a red blinking light. They told me to say what happened.
Do you know which police officer what you were talking to?
No.
Okay. And on that recorded statement, did you describe everything that happened to you that evening?
Yes,
Did you describe the incident with Reggie?
yes,
Did you tell any lies during that recorded statement?
yes.
What did you lie during the recorded statement?
I lied and told them he gave me money.
That wasn't true.
No,
Okay. Any other lies you told?
no.
Why would you lie about Reggie giving you money when it wasn't even? Let me ask a question.
Pull it up, son. Max.
Oh,
Why would you lie about Reggie giving you money when it wasn't even true?
because my dad said I only came back home because I was hungry, and I lied and said, no, Reggie gave me some money to get me something to eat.
Any other lies during that statement?
No.
And then after you gave that recorded statement to the police, what happened next?
Then they told me I had to go to the doctors or the hospital and get a rape kit.
And did you do that?
Yes,
Who took you there?
my mom.
Did you have any conversation with your mother on the way to the hospital?
Yes. She, are you want me to tell you?
Yes.
We were just talking about how I was safe and all that.
You didn't say anything about Reggie?
She knew about Reggie.
I'm sorry.
She knew about Reggie.
Did you tell her anything about Reggie?
Yes.
What did you say?
I told her how we had sex and he dropped me back off at the gas station.
Now, you said during the sexual activity that you had in the backseat of the car, there was a condom.
Yes,
And you know that because you saw it.
yes,
Is that the truth?
yes.
And then did you, when you were at the hospital, you came into contact with a nurse, is that right?
Yes,
Did the nurse ask you about anything that happened that evening?
yes,
Did you tell any lies to the nurse?
no.
Did you tell the nurse that you had told lies?
What'd you say?
Did you tell the nurse you had lied before about this?
No.
Like to your family, when they first came to the police station?
Well, but, Your Honor, that's a mischaracterization. Her not telling her family is different than her lying to them. She said she didn't tell them anything.
No, what my
That's
question,
mischaracterization.
maybe she misheard my question. Did you tell the nurse that you ever lied about anything regarding the sexual activity with Reggie?
No.
You told her that you lied to her, okay?
I'm confused what you asked me.
Did you ever tell the nurse that you lied about any of the sexual activity with Reggie to anyone else?
I don't know what you're trying to say. So
Did you tell her that you lied?
I didn't lie.
I'm just looking through the records that from there, and it says you told her that you said, I lied and said my dad was coming to get me because I was a little nervous.
And that's
Well,
different.
that's
than the
not about
question you
sexual
asked.
activity.
Exactly.
I'm establishing one line, maybe there's others.
That's not your question you asked. You said lied about sexual activity. That doesn't refer to sexual activity.
Oh, I didn't mean to ask it that way. That was gonna be my next one. Did you tell her you lied to Reggie? Did you say at first, did you say I lied and said my dad was coming to get me because I was a little nervous? Did you tell her that?
No.
If I were to show you the statement, that would refresh your memory?
I'm sorry.
She didn't say her
Well, Your
memory
Honor,
needs to
I'm
be
confused
refreshed.
because she said in court that she lied to him about her dad coming to pick her up. So I'm not sure that this is even improper impeachment. She sat on the stand under oath and said, I lied to Reggie and told him my dad was coming to pick me up. So I'm not sure what the issue is here.
The issue is, Judge, is I have a right to ask what lies she told the the nurse, that's all I'm trying to probe into.
Did you tell the nurse any lies?
No,
But you told her that you did tell some lies to Reggie.
that didn't come up, so I didn't talk about that. The only thing that the nurse talked about was me having sex with him. Not how the conversation started, nothing like that.
After the hospital, after the complete examination, where were you taken?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Did you leave the hospital?
Yes, I did leave just for a day though.
And then where did you go?
I had to go back to the hospital because I had a manic episode.
Were there any other times that you were interviewed by the police after this?
Yes,
Where was that at?
I went to a kids talk.
Oh, was that with the police?
I did talk to the police. I had to point them out and tell them a statement
Where was that
at the police station.
at? So you were shown some photographs?
Yes,
And before you were shown the photographs, did the officer say who was gonna be in the photographs?
no, they didn't tell me nothing.
After you looked at it, did you look at the photographs?
Yes,
Did you pick a picture out?
yes.
And what did the officer say to you after you picked the picture?
When I left, they started clapping.
After you picked a picture out,
Yeah,
they started clapping?
yeah.
Who was clapping?
I don't know if they'll clap about that, but that's what happened.
Did they say you picked out the wrong person?
They can't tell me that.
Did they say anything about the photograph you picked out?
No.
After that, were you interviewed by anybody else regarding this case,
Yeah, the kids talk people.
other than kids talk?
No.
Were there any police officers at kids talk?
I don't think so. I think they were just the workers.
You didn't see any police officers there?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
I just want to follow up on one of this. Ryan, I just have a couple more questions for you, okay?
Okay.
So, when Mr. Cripps was asking you questions about the oral sex and being moving in the car. When you, were performing oral sex, could you see outside the vehicle while you were actually performing oral sex?
No.
So did you know where you were really at that time?
I did.
Objection, she clearly testified she was.
What's your legal objection?
I'm misstating the evidence.
So while you were performing oral sex and your head was down, could you see where you were at that time?
No, I just knew we were at,
Could you see?
no.
So you said that the oral sex lasted about 15 minutes?
Yes.
Were you still engaging in oral sex when you got to the apartment complex?
Objection to leading.
No.
It's not legal. No.
How long before you reached the apartment complex had you finished the oral sex? Does that make sense, my question?
Not that
Judge,
much.
these are really gone over and read extensively. So I,
To redirect. Okay.
So you reached the apartment complex.
Yeah.
How much time had passed between when you stopped performing oral sex and you reached the apartment complex?
Like 10 minutes.
When the oral sex was complete, did you look outside the windows at that point?
Yeah.
Do you recall any landmark or anything that you saw?
What do you mean by that?
Did you see any businesses or anything that you recognized?
Oh, yes, I've seen the CVS that looked close, like my auntie's.
You saw CVS.
Yes. Cause he was driving extremely slow, so we didn't go nowhere.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
I am gonna call a quick witness. Call Detective Aude, AUDE. Just a written statement. To establish apartment complex where it's located. I can put your client's written statement in.
I think so first.
Please give your name and spelling to the court report. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Microphone is to your left. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and occupation?
I'm James Audie, AUDE. I'm a detective with the Detroit Police in the sex crimes unit.
How long have you been a detective in the sex crimes unit of the Detroit Police Department?
Almost 9 years.
I want to direct your attention back to February 10th of 2024. Were you involved in an investigation regarding an individual by the name of Reginald Travis?
Yes.
What was the nature of that investigation?
It was an investigation into alleged sexual assault of a minor.
Now, as far as this investigation, were you what's known as the officer in charge?
No.
So you were assisting?
Yes.
Do you know the name of the officer in charge of this particular case?
Yes.
And who is that?
Police Officer Tanisha Smith.
Through your assistance in the investigation, did you learn where the incident is alleged to have occurred?
Yes.
Can you tell me where that is?
Object to no foundation, Your Honor, if it wasn't present. Can't establish venue this one.
Rephrase your question.
So through this investigation, he can't learn where the incident is alleged to have occurred?
Wouldn't be hearsay unless he was present. He's not the officer in charge.
Yeah, but he's assisting in the investigation.
He's told by somebody else some hearsay information. I would object to that.
So you said that per your investigation, you learned where the incident supposedly had occurred. Where did you get that information?
From the police report.
And
You know what, Judge, I'm gonna move on because it's fine. I have a plan here. Okay, so let me ask you this. Did you conduct any interviews as it related to this investigation of a person by the name of Reginald Travis?
Yes, I did.
Who did you conduct an interview of?
Mr. Travis.
Do you see that person by the name of Reginald Travis in the courtroom today?
Yes, can you pull his mask down?
Can everybody in the?
just for a second.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, excuse me.
No, that's okay. Can you point to that person and describe something that they're wearing?
Sitting at the, next to defense counsel, wearing a green shirt and a blue mask.
Your Honor, for the record, please let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant Reginald Travis.
So
How many times did you interview Reginald Travis?
once
Where did you interview him?
at the Detroit Detention Center.
Do you recall if that was during the day, night?
I believe it was in the late morning.
Did you interview him alone or with anybody else?
No, I had someone with me as well.
Who was that?
Police Officer Jennifer Carlson.
And at the time you interviewed Reginald Travis, was Mr. Travis under arrest?
Yes, he was.
Did you advise Mr. Travis of anything prior to speaking to him?
Yes, I issued his Miranda rights to him.
When you issued Mr. Travis's Miranda rights to him, do you use a form?
Yes,
And what does that form have on it? Does it,
it has it's an advice of rights form, and it has the advice of his constitutional rights, his Miranda rights.
and did you have Mr. Travis read any of those rights out loud?
Yes,
Prior to having Mr. Travis read those rights out loud, did you confirm that he could read and
yes,
did Mr. Travis indicate that he had any issues with reading?
no ma'am.
After you had Mr. Travis read those rights out loud, did you ask Mr. Travis if he understood those rights?
Yes,
What did Mr. Travis indicate?
he indicated that he did understand them.
And did Mr. Travis appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
I did not think that he appeared to be so.
Did Mr. Travis appear to have a lack of sleep, such as he was dozing off on you or anything like that?
No.
Did you deprive Mr. Travis of any food or water?
No ma'am.
Prior to speaking with you, did Mr. Travis say, hey, you know what, I want an attorney?
No.
And prior to speaking to you, did he say, you know what, I don't want to talk to you?
No.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 1. May I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 1. Can you take a look at this and tell me what I just handed you?
This is constitutional rights form that I presented to Mr. Travis and he signed.
Okay, so I'm looking at some rights here with some initials. Who initialed those?
Mr. Travis.
You personally observed Mr. Travis initial this form?
Yes.
And then there's a signature here. Whose signature is that?
Reginald Travis.
Did you personally observe Reginald Travis sign this form?
Yes, I did.
And then I see a date and a time there. What is that?
2/10/2024, 10:19 a.m.
What would that represent?
The date and the time that he was issued his rights and signed it.
And then at the bottom, I see two names.
Yes.
What are those names?
My name, Detective James Audi, Sex Crimes Unit, and PO Jennifer Carlson.
Is this a true and accurate depiction of the form that you went over with Reginald Travis, had him initial and sign prior to speaking with him on February 10th, 2024?
Yes, it is.
With the equals one?
Any objection with?
No,
Board
Your
hearings
Honor.
are voluntary?
I'll turn this witness
I need
over.
to cross-examine.
Board hearings are voluntary?
Yes.
You wanna do board here first, or you wanna go to the cross exam?
I'll go to board here first. So where was it you first came into contact with my client?
At the Detroit Detention Center.
And what was your intention at that time?
To interrogate him.
And this is a recorded interview?
Yes.
And did you say anything to him before the interview started?
Walking over, I may have asked him if he worked, how he was, that kind of stuff, but nothing regarding the case.
Or do you remember telling him that there wasn't a warrant for his arrest yet?
I don't recall that, but I may have,
Okay, and why would you tell him that?
because there wasn't.
But why would you tell him?
I don't recall.
Was that to get him to talk?
No.
Did you tell him that that you'd be released within 72 hours if the prosecutor didn't prove a warrant?
Yes,
And that was before you gave him Miranda rights, is that correct?
probably.
And why did you tell him that?
I don't recall the nature of the conversation.
These things that you're telling him, are you intentionally doing that to get him to talk to you?
No,
And then you took him to the interview room. Do you remember saying anything else to him before you got in the interview room?
not without a specific example.
Or was Officer Carlson with you when you did this short walk from the area the cell he was into the interview room?
Yes,
She was with you?
yes.
All right, and did you say anything to him before the recording was turned on in the interview room?
Aside from what we already covered, I don't believe so.
Did you tell him he was under arrest?
I don't recall if it was those specific words. I don't know exactly how I said it.
Did you tell him he was a suspect?
I don't know specifically. Those were the words that I used.
Did you read the Miranda rights at that point in time?
I assured that he could read and write, and he read them out loud himself.
Did you read the rights to him?
Did I read them? No.
Yeah. Did you had him read all 5 Miranda rights out loud to you?
Yes, sir.
And then you had him sign the exhibit number 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was at 10:19 a.m.
Yes, sir.
according to exhibit 1.
Yes.
Now the interview didn't start until 11:38. Is that right?
Yes.
What went on during that time, between the time you concluded your Miranda rights until this interview started?
The interview portion started as soon as we were done with the Miranda rights. We talked about what happened, and then at a certain point, I pulled out the statement form. That's when I started writing down certain questions and answers.
All right, Judge, the concern I have is prior to advising him Miranda, he told him there wasn't a warrant for his arrest yet, that he'd be released within 72 hours if the prosecutor didn't approve a warrant. We think that those are statements that are made to entice my client to basically ignore his rights and make a statement that he's promised he'd be released if the warrant wasn't acquired within 72 hours. We think that was inappropriate for the officer to say.
I've never heard that before, but even if that is so, he was given his Miranda warnings before he gave any statement.
Understand.
In the people's position, I mean, there wasn't an active warrant, he was still read his rights and chose to give a statement, whether there's a warrant or not. Detective Augie didn't misrepresent anything. I mean, what he told him was the truth, like, you'll be released if there's not any charges. What does that have to do with voluntariness of the statement? I don't agree with.
Court makes a finding that the statement was knowingly voluntary.
Thank you. So when Mr. Cripps was asking you questions during work here, you talked about a written statement.
Yes.
So, was there a written statement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me how that worked with the written statement? Like, how does does Travis write the statement? Do you write the statement after asking him questions? Just how does that process work?
I'll ask him questions, write down the questions that I asked him, and then write down the answer that he gives me to that question.
And do you have him review those question and answers?
Yes.
Do you have him sign off on those answers?
Yes.
As they are written down?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 2. Yep, 3 pages. And approach the witness.
Amen.
I'm handing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 2. Can you take a look at, that and all three of those sheets and tell me what I just handed you?
This is the written statement form that I did with Mr. Travis.
And do all three of those pages, look accurate to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it appear that there's been any alterations to that document, additions, anything erased?
No.
And so is that a true and accurate depiction of the written statement of Mr. Travis that you conducted with him on February 10th, 2024?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit people's
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
and so is people's one. People's two? So before I publish to the court, I just have a few questions. So I want to, at the bottom of this form that was just admitted, there's a signature. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, whose signature is that?
Mr. Travis.
On all three forms?
Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
And I should have had another copy of this, but I don't. So I'm just gonna hang out up here, Judge. Did you ask? Well, I just want, this has been admitted, so I just want you to go through question 2 and 3 right now. Can you tell me what the second question on that form is?
The question is, did you meet a young lady at a gas station within the past week? His answer was yes, sir.
And what is the next question?
Where is that gas station? The answer is Grand River and West 7 Mile BP gas station.
Detective Odd, are you familiar with that area?
Yes, ma'am.
What city is that BP gas station located in?
The city of Detroit.
Okay, so may I approach, I just wanna, again, I'm sorry, I only have this one copy. So I want to direct your attention to. First, I want to direct your attention to the question and answer that is fourth from the bottom on page 2 of People's Exhibit 2. Fourth from the bottom. You see that question there?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that question ask and answer?
Where did you take her when you, excuse me, where did you take her when you did leave? His answer was, we drove down 7 Mile east.
Okay, and then I want to direct your attention to the question that is second from the bottom on page 2 of People's Admitted 2. Can you tell me what that question and answer was?
How old did she say she is? His answer was, she said she was 14.
Okay, and may I approach Judge, this, on page 3? I'm handing you back the written statement. I'm on page 3 of People's Exhibit 2. I want to direct your attention to the second question from the bottom of page 3 of People's Exhibit 2. Can you tell me what that question and answer was?
Did you take her to an apartment complex? His answer was, I parked outside the apartment on the corner of 7 Mile and Grandview.
Detective Odd, are you familiar with 7 Mile and Grandview?
Yes, ma'am.
And what city is that?
The city of Detroit.
And can you tell me what that last question is?
Is the photo of a young girl that I showed you the same young girl you met at the BP? At the BP on 2/8/24? The answer was yes, sir.
Okay. And I just want to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 3. May I approach?
Yeah.
And permission to publish People's 2 in its entirety, the court.
Okay.
I'm handing you what's been marked as People's 3. Can you tell me what I just handed you?
The photograph that I presented to Mr. Travis.
Where did you receive, who gave you that photograph? Do you recall?
I don't recall, and one of my partners, but I don't recall.
Are you familiar with who's in that photograph?
Yes, I mean, I know that this is the complainant.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the photo that you showed Mr. Travis during your interview with him on February 10th of 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit people three.
I don't see why it's relevant.
Well, I'm putting in the statement, so,
So we're talking about the same person?
yeah, there was some questions about her identity and all that. Did you assist in the investigation in any other capacity that you recall?
Yeah, I assembled a photo lineup.
And who did you present that photo lineup to?
I did not present the photo lineup.
Okay, so you just assembled it?
Correct.
And a different officer presented it?
Yes.
Anything else that you did to assist in the investigation?
After leaving the detention center, after speaking with Mr. Travis, Officer Carlson and I went to that gas station to review video. When we got there, there were two of our other partners were already there reviewing video. So we ended up leaving and going back to the office. I believe that was the extent of my assistance on the case.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Officer, the statement exhibit 2 has been introduced, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're here to say that everything in that statement is true as said by my client?
Yes.
All right. He told you that no, you asked him, did you ever tell her you wanted to have sex? And he said, no, sir.
Correct.
So you believe that, is that correct?
I wrote down what he said.
But you don't know whether there's.
Well, Your Honor, he can't testify as to the truth or veracity of a person, whether it be the complainant or the defendant.
That's true.
You asked him, did any part of your body ever penetrate any part of her body?
Yes.
He said no.
He did.
You asked, did you ever physically touch her?
Yes.
He said no.
Correct.
You said, is there any reason at all why your DNA would be found in her rape kit?
Yes.
And was that the truth, that his DNA was found in the rape kit?
The question was, is there any reason why his DNA would be found in the rape kit? I didn't tell him that there was.
Were you suggesting to him by the form of the question that there was?
No.
Well, why would you ask that question?
The question is self-explanatory. Why, is there any reason at all why his DNA would be found in the rape kit?
As far as you know, there was no DNA found at that point in time when you asked.
As far as I knew, that I didn't know that there was rape even done at that point.
Okay. And his answer was no to that question. Is that right? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it was brought out that the question was asked, where is that gas station?
Repeat that, please.
One of the first questions that Ms. Wilmots asked you during that interview, you said, where is that gas station?
Correct.
No, he originally told you something different. He said telegraph, is that right?
I don't recall.
If I were to show you the statement that you wrote out, that would refresh your memory.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Showing you the first page of exhibit number 2. Same question and answer. Read earlier, you see the letters TELE?
Yes.
So he was originally telling you it was on telegraph?
You may have. I don't recall.
But you wrote that in your own handwriting.
I did.
And then you crossed it out.
Yes.
So that was what he originally told you where it was at. And
I would be speculating to say that he may have originally started saying telegraph because it is less than a quarter mile west of Telegraph.
but I'm going to ask you that. Did you write that down?
I did.
You wouldn't make things up, would you?
Absolutely not.
You wouldn't fabricate a document like that, would you?
I would not.
So you wouldn't write down anything that he didn't say, would you?
No.
So you wrote that down based on what he said?
Yes.
So there is a question here about exactly where this gas station.
I'm sorry.
There's a question here about exactly where this gas station was based on what you wrote down there in terms of his answer. Is that right?
I don't have a question where the gas station is.
There's a question as to what he told you. It's a different question than what you just answered.
Sure.
You would agree with that?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
You regret?
Couple questions. Detective Audney, you were just questioned about, a portion starting to say tell that was scratched off.
Yes,
Why would you scratch it off?
because it was incorrect.
Okay. And how did you know? Who told you that it was incorrect? Did somebody correct themselves?
Mr. Travis may have corrected himself, like I said, I don't want to speculate. I don't recall specifically why I started to write telegraph and why it scratched off, but I wouldn't write it if it wasn't said.
Okay. And then after that scratch off, there's no address given.
Repeat that, I'm sorry.
After that, after where it's scratched off, there's the other address given that we already read into the record.
The cross street, yes,
Right. Who gave you that information?
Mr. Travis.
Those were his words.
Yes, ma'am.
And then lastly, you had testified you went up to that gas station.
Yes,
When you went up to that gas station and you said that there were already officers reviewing surveillance,
yes.
did you see any of the surveillance that they were reviewing?
Briefly, but I wasn't really the one looking that much.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Did you ever get an opportunity to see that surveillance? Did they ever retrieve any?
I know that there was some footage retrieved, but I didn't personally.
You didn't look at it? Oh, I see it. All right, any question based on my question?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You missed that. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
For the defendant?
No, Judge.
People?
Your Honor, at this time, the people do move for bind over. We do move for bind over for the 3 charges alleged in the complaint and warrant. That's 2 counts of criminal sexual conduct in the 1st degree. 1 for penis and genital opening, 1 for the fellatio, and then 1 count of criminal sexual conduct in the 4th degree for the touching of the penis with the hand.
Do we have a jurisdictional problem for the fellatio?
Well, Your Honor, my argument would be that this was a continuing course of conduct that started at the BP gas station in Detroit and traveled through Detroit. We don't know for sure where, but this was a continuing course of conduct that started in Detroit and then ended in Detroit with the penis and genital opening. It is often that sometimes we have cases where it happens over multiple venues, and I think that that would be my argument as to the other count of CSC 3. Should the court disagree, that's up to Your Honor, but that would be my argument based on the evidence as it was presented. That is where Araya got into the car with Mr. Travis and they started traveling. She said that she couldn't see out of the car when she was performing fellatio. Clearly her head is down, okay? And she said she couldn't see out of the windows and that it was approximately 10 minutes or so from the apartment complex that's in Detroit. She said it was about 10 minutes from the time she stops the oral sex and then gets to the apartment complex in Detroit. And we do know from Mr. Travis's statement that they're driving 7 Mile East. So if we do that math in 10 minutes, 7 Mile East, 10 minutes, that's still the city of Detroit, at least by basis of a probable cause. I think it has been met.
Judge, I think there are some serious venue issues in this case. As I heard her testimony, first of all, the has to count the count regarding the fellatio. I don't know if that's count 1 or count 2, but
count 2.
She clearly said that was an East Point, and so that there's no venue established for that count. I also heard her testify that the other sexual activity took place in Redmond. And so I think there's a jurisdictional issue for those counts too.
But for your client's statement,
The statement that didn't say we had sexual activity in Detroit.
The apartment that he refers to was in Detroit.
No, it says, did you take her to an apartment complex? When he talked about apartment, they went to multiple different locations. But when you have a witness testify that the sexual activity took place in Redford, I don't think you can use this vague statement about we don't know exactly what he was referring to. He certainly didn't say we had sexual activity.
Well, no, your client denied having sexual activity at all.
Right, he denied, it doesn't say that he was ever in Detroit for any kind of activity with her. I don't think you can establish venue on a back door like that. And in addition, the officer already admitted that in terms of some of these locations, my client may have said something different than he crossed it out. For example, on page 1, when you talk about the gas station.
He also said that your client gave him that location as being the gas station was located.
We said first that it was a telegram.
But then it was corrected or changed or whatever the case was. That came from your client.
I understand that. I'm just saying that venue has not been established in Detroit for any of these sexual activities. And we ask you to dismiss these charges for lack of venue.
Your Honor, I do want to address that. So as far as the statement, and to me, that's a little bit of a question of fact. He's clear in the statement, those words came from Mr. Travis, that that's where the gas station was located. We all know Redford and Detroit border each other right there in that area. She didn't know, but what she did know is she only went to one apartment complex that night. And when they drove to make the phone call, she said we were within the same apartment complex. She never said they were in any other apartment complex. And Mr. Travis himself says he was parked outside the apartment complex, and those crossroads, per Detective Audie, are in the city of Detroit. There is no venue issue. I can understand the court questioning the venue on the fellatio. I still argue that it is within that range, but I would understand that. But for the penis and genital opening, venue has definitely been established beyond by a probable cause standard.
I remind the court if they were going to a location looking for weed, so it's not clear when you're referring to.
She said they were just driving around and they never went to a location.
And the last argument I have is there's ongoing case law over the years about corpus delicti. And the corpus delicti of a crime.
We have corpus delicti by virtue of the witness who testified as to what she did being underage. That's your corpus delicti.
Also, venue is part of corpus delicti, I believe. Venue cannot be established through my client's statement. Corpus delicti must be independent of the defendant's statement. That's what Mr.
Well, we had the officer testifying as to what this location was, so I think corpus delicti has been satisfied, even as it relates to venue.
And as far as corpus delicti, it does not require you to have corpus delicti for every single element of every single crime. If you have shown it, then you can then bring in a defendant's statement. It is not, you have to show everything and then you can bring a statement in. That's not how that rule works. And she testified as to what happened.
As I indicated, corpus delicti has been satisfied.
Thank you.
And I believe still has count 1 criminal sexual conduct from 3rd degree verses 13 to 15. That is the penis to genital open. The only thing that is questionable is count 2 criminal sexual conduct 3rd degree persons 13 to 15 fellatio with a child who was at least 13 years of age within the age of 16 years. People have presented circumstantial evidence which would have to cause the court to make some presumptions. Not necessarily. It's very circumstantial in that she testified clearly that they had went out to East Point, and at some point in time, the defendant asked her to touch his penis, and then his penis was pulled out and she was giving him fellatio while he was driving. And she said this lasted for about 15 minutes. while they were in East Point, and that they were driving down 7 Mile according to the defendant in his state that he allegedly gave. She said that the fellatio lasted approximately 15 minutes. That what was it that was supposed to be been 10 minutes? She mentioned something about 10 minutes.
Between the ending of the oral sex and reaching the apartment complex in Detroit.
Okay. That's probably about right. 25 minutes from East Point to that area of Detroit. So what is that? 15 minutes going to entail going from East Point headed towards the direction of Detroit and coming down 7 Mile.
Remember, she said he was driving very slow.
She did say he was driving very slow. That's a closer call, but it's probably still a question of fact to be determined by the trial of fact, whether or not he was in the area or he was in the city of Detroit at the time that that act was being performed, even if it was not started in East Point, but at some period of time they were in the city of Detroit limits at the time that it was taking place. And I believe the 4th degree criminal sexual conduct allegedly took place at the gas station before anything took place. So that was established, that was in the city of Detroit as well. The court is satisfied that people met the burden of probable cause as relates to charges contained in the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time of March 22nd, 2024, 9 o'clock a.m. We continue.
Judge, as to bond, as you know, I did file a bond motion with some very credible character letters attached from my client's family. And he's got substantial ties to the community. There's no prior criminal record, 16 years at Chrysler. The motion, I think, is filed that I filed on this. I don't believe in any way that there's a chance that you would miss any court dates.
I think the bigger question is, does he pose a danger to the community, given that he knowingly, because she told him, blank allegedly, that she was 14 years old at the time. And regardless of where, if there's any question as to where these actions took place, I think it's appalling that they took place at all, that he would be with the child, even if the child was willing and able to do so. As you know, she is not of the age of consent to any sexual activity, particularly with a grown man. Who is, how old is he?
42, Your Honor.
A 42-year-old man with a 14-year-old child.
We would agree to, with a reduction, we would agree to hold the rest.
And pretrial services did a bond recommendation, and they recommend no action. The court is going to adopt the recommendation. Bond recommendation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen. What's wrong?
blessed day, Your Honor. God bless you.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Hey, Judge, hold on. Hey, Judge, you remember Elton?
The judge was here.
Were you here when Judge Royster was here?
Yeah.
He used to work with Judge Royster.
Back there, Jason.
Yeah, I was here when George Works was here. I've been
Okay,
here
he was
for
a court
18 years
officer.
now.
Huh?
I've been here for 18 years.
I did. No, we didn't check out.
And they say, oh.
But I can't drive down 7 Mile, I mean, from Southfield, I think.
I know that's right.
I know, right?
Guess what he does now?
What you do?
What is it?
I'm security director for the line.
Are you really?
Yeah, he probably
So you and Shadow work together?
No, Shadow went before the field. I'm security for the team, I'm not out.
Oh, okay, all right.
Where the coach goes, that's why.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So that means you can give me some tickets.
See. Retirement, though. I did 28 years Detroit Police, 13 out there, I can't remember.
You retiring from there too?
I'm retired.
Where you live?
Oh, man, come on, give me some tickets first.
May 31st. You see, you know when you be going with you.
Are you gonna get a retirement party?
No, I just want to leave.
How's that again?
She's doing fine, too many gifts.
Oh,
Tell
stop.
Chuck to call me.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, Ellison.
Take care, Chuck.
I said you call me, tell Chuck.
I'm calling you, talking about my friend.
All right, y'all have a good weekend.
Thank you, man. It is Friday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Praise God. That concludes the docket for today, folks. Hope to see you Monday, same bad station, same bad time. Have a good weekend.
I feel privileged to have seen two great attorneys at work today. Randall Upshaw and the prosecutor did an excellent job.
Randall was my mentor.
Oh, really? I didn't know he had,
When I was in law school.
he didn't have much to work with, but I mean, he was thinking on his feet, he came up with some viable, options.
Mr. Cripps is no slouch.
Oh, no, absolutely not. But they don't have much to work with.
Yeah. I tell people all the time, depending on the kind of case you are, it can make you look like a very good attorney or a very bad attorney, depending on the facts.
Now, why you say that?
The better your case is, the better you're gonna look.
Oh, yeah.
The worse your case is, the worse you're gonna look.
Yeah. Well, both of those situations, Randall and Chris, both of them had pretty dismal cases, but they showed their talent. Well, Judge, it's been a pleasure.
Pleasure's been mine. Come back anytime.
Oh, okay, thank you, appreciate you. I enjoyed working with you. I have to be here tomorrow, next week, Judge Sabree.
You be with Sabree next week?
Yeah. Yeah, that's my regular rotation. With this meeting here, I volunteered to take somebody else's place.
Okay.
They said, oh, Judge King, oh yeah, I worked with